Hey everyone, and today we look at the Hierophant, the character from the Crimson Scales kind of community spin-off project, if you like, from Gloomhaven, which essentially is now a proper big box version that you can potentially buy. Links down below if you are interested, but it's also available on Tabletop Simulator. This is just a straight upload of the stream in which we took a look at this character, and we've been doing sort of a little series here where we've been going through these characters, and as such it's completely unedited and it is my first look and my first impressions. So this video is a little bit long, but I didn't want to lose this video to the Twitch archives where it just disappears forever after a certain amount of time, because I know some people really enjoyed these and I thought, hey, why not? Let's just put them on the channel. A big thank you to my supporters over on Twitch and on Patreon, with the Patreon people coming up on screen now. I really appreciate it. And big thank you to Mike Kira for the legendary support. As always, dude, you're awesome. Thank you. And the mandatory shout out for the Twitch channel. If you'd like to come and catch me live, come over to twitch.tv/mandatorquest every Monday, Wednesday and Sunday if you'd like to catch up and chat about Gloomhaven life. Okay, start your counters for how many times I say the name of this character wrong. It is the human Hierophant. Okay, so the Hierophant here, Hierophant. So the top bit of the card is always just about the race, which human in this instance. So amongst the healers who serve the Grey Oak and those with the strongest wills who have entirely dedicated themselves to the religion, these Hierophants rise to the top of the hierarchy and take the lead on expanding the Oak into new territories. Ironclad in their beliefs, they are unstoppable forces of nature and will let nothing stand in their way of their mission to expand by any means necessary. Nice. So they're a priest. And I like the symbol. It's like the great oak kind of leaf with on like a prayer bead. I like it. Looks really cool. I like the theme of it. Looks, you know, I think this kind of character, like a very, very religious character, we never really had. You know, the Great Oak was mentioned quite a lot, but we never really, we didn't really kind of utilize it maybe to its full effect in base Gloomhaven. So I think it's definitely like an area that's ripe for expansion, right? Saul was religious, yeah, maybe, but like he didn't really come across as particularly, like, I don't know, maybe that's my impression of that character, but I don't feel like he was very, like, they didn't really explore that side of the game very much, as much as maybe they could have been. So cool. Let's get into the abilities though, right? So prayers is our first sort of mechanic here. We have 11 cards, so that's a good hand size. That's really good. So we're gonna have plenty of stamina on this character, which is good. So the Hierophant spread their faith around the battlefield by giving allies unique ability cards called prayers, boosting their stamina and providing them with powerful tools to subdue your foes. So med packs, right? If you played Sawbones, this is like the med pack kind of mechanic. The problem with med packs though is that although giving players cards is subtly powerful, you know, giving people extra stamina is quite subtly powerful, it might not feel that way, and that might go over a lot of people's heads at times because it's quite minor, but at times that can really help, especially in long scenarios. However, the actual abilities on the cards themselves are always just a little bit meh. So this sounds like it's going to do a good job at kind of addressing that and maybe fixing that style of play, if you like. Prayers denoted by a P are not part of your hand, but are stored in a separate supply, so same as med packs, which many of your abilities interact with by giving prayer ability cards to your allies' current hand of cards. Whenever you give an ally a prayer ability, you may choose to give any of the available prayer cards from the supply. So that's good. Give them a different card for a different situation. Your allies may play prayers during card selection and on their turn perform either the top ability or basic actions of the prayer ability card. When a prayer is discarded for any reason, they are returned to the Hierophant supply where they can be used again. Prayers cannot be lost to avoid suffering damage unless stated otherwise. So yeah, that was another thing that was written into the Saws rules, so that, you know, you can't cheese the game by just burning med packs to damage. You have to actually kind of use them, right, for something. Hey, Snapcaster Mage. Yeah, it's literally med pack, but there are 8 different ones of them. Cooler med packs. Yeah, And I think that that's another really good idea. And I like that you know, the designer of this class has kind of identified that that was maybe something that could have been done slightly differently, and made a class out of it, you know? That's a really cool idea. And it's basically like the bigger brother of the Saw anyway, right? You know, they're both, you know, the Sanctuary of the Great Oak. They're both related to that. And he's kind of like, he's more of a, yeah, he's like the priest rather than the battle medic. I mean, med packs still make a lot of sense, right? Because they are, you know, for a battle medic, that theme, I think it works in that context. But the actual mechanic that underpinned it was maybe a little bit vanilla. So yeah, I think this could be cool. Sylvan, thank you so much for the resub. 4 months. The quest continues, my friend. I really appreciate the support. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. So health-wise. So health, we haven't got a bunch of health here. In fact, we're quite low on the old health, which would imply to me that we may be more of a ranged style character, or at least we're somebody who's gonna be hiding behind people a little bit. So we haven't got a good amount of health there. Our health scaling is pretty low. Newt. Saw is great, but sadly his med packs are just basic actions. So I think that's fair. I think most of the, I mean, you can use them for the heals, and I have done before, and it's been nice. And it does feel good when you actually do use them for a heal. Maybe it's like between rooms or something, or you get, you know, you don't need to move an attack, so you can use the bottom action to heal and then use a top attack. But the fact that the initiatives aren't particularly great. They usually ended up just being filler cards to just move to when paired with a card that was like the initiative you wanted to play with, right? So some characters maybe made a bit better use out of them than others. But yeah, just it was a cool mechanic, just maybe not completely fleshed out. And it looks like this guy's going to do that. So cool. Off to a good start, because again, like with this kind of thing as well, it's probably going to be pretty well balanced and pretty well play tested, because, you know, the play testing around doing this kind of thing, giving somebody another ability they could play on their turn, like an extra card, has kind of already been play tested, and it's in the game. So we already have like a baseline to compare this to. So I imagine play testing would be a bit easier, just around, like, obviously if we can give people stupidly powerful things, that might be a bit different, but we'll see. So probably the best way of doing this, what do you think, chat, is to probably go through all of the prayers first. Go through all of the prayers, then go through the cards, because the cards are all going to refer to the prayers. So I feel like that's probably the best way of doing this, right? Hey, 25, caught this at the beginning this week. I'm in for a fun one today. I'm excited about this one. This is one that I'm very interested in. The major part is granting prayers. Feels good. Granting med packs didn't really feel good, because adding a med pack was pretty much an entire action on Saw, whereas this granting them is ingrained. Okay, that's cool. That'll be interesting to see too. Yeah, good idea. Do prayers first. Okay, cool. Right, let's do that. Okay, so first prayer, aspiration. The next 2 times you would gain a negative condition, perform heal oneself instead. This card is discarded for any reason, return to display. So that's heal 1 instead too. That's I guess that's kind of okay. It's kind of weird because you perform the heal 1 instead. So a negative condition would be, you know, stun, disarm, poison, wound, curse. Would it work with curse? I guess it would. Immobilize. It's kind of interesting. I think it's probably on the slightly weaker side, but it's an interesting idea to kind of preempt it. I imagine on certain scenarios, this could be quite good. Just useful to give to people, especially if you can give it to them easily. Like the thing with prayers, and I guess what we'll have to keep in mind, and you guys will have to steer me a little bit here, because of course we're just like talking about them now, but a lot of how good these are is also going to come down to like how easily we can give them, and also obviously down to the characters themselves. Like I can't imagine a character really taking a turn to do this not attacking, right? That's kind of like the other flip side, is like in terms of action economy, if I gave this to a player, when they have this in their hand, are they ever going to feel like they really want to play it? Maybe not. So I mean, I guess towards the end of a room, maybe at least it gives you something. But it's a bit weird, right? It does work with self-inflicted too. Okay, that's cool. That'll be some good combos then. All right, well, you know, I don't think this is hugely powerful, but I think situationally could be good. They're going to be hard for me to judge really until we've done the bunch, right? So the next time you would gain a negative condition, perform heal 2 instead. That's much better, I think. Much better. For 2 reasons. First one, it's a bottom action rather than a top. It's much more likely that you can maybe give up a turn of moving than it is for you to give up a turn of attacking or doing something like that. The top part of the card is the most premium part of the card. So it's much more likely that a player would find a way to play the bottom of this rather than play the top of this, right? They just are much easier to you to find an opportunity to play. So I felt like that's a big part of why this was better. Also, just the heal 2. I feel like getting 2 separate heal 1s to prevent 2 negative conditions. The thing is, there's probably is 1 negative condition that you really don't want rather than maybe constant. So in certain scenarios where you're constantly getting poisoned, maybe this would be a bit better. But I think, like, for example, if you're trying to combo it with a self-inflicted condition, right? Something like the Saw, immobilizing themselves, you know, this kind of thing is actually, like, good because you can put it in, you can combo it, you put it in, you cycle it in at the right time, so you have it ready to go, right? So, yeah. Bottom is definitely better than the top, in my opinion, and much more likely to be played, so it's not bad. One thing that's going to be interesting, and maybe we'll talk about this as we go. I don't want to get too ahead of myself now, but prayers are going to be interesting from the perspective that you're going to have access to all of them right from level 1, but of course we're leveling up. So the baseline power level of prayers is going to be interesting to kind of gauge, right? Because is the ability going to be as good at level 1 as it is going to be like at level 7, 8, and 9? Like when, right? Unless there is some way of us getting more prayers, which maybe there is, I don't know yet. But if my feeling is that this is the deck, this is what we have to use, we just get better ways to maybe give them out, then that could also play a part. So that's worth thinking about with this. That's why some of this stuff is kind of hard to balance, right? Because they're gonna have to balance it to be the cards to be useful throughout the entirety of the game in some way, which is interesting. And I feel like stuff like this is more useful across the entire sort of spectrum of play versus maybe like if they gave you like an attack 1 or something like, I don't know, like something rubbish, right? So there's like, you know, like kind of situational stuff like this might be quite good. You think these would definitely be like play it right before you rest? Yeah, quite possibly. Hopefully you just find a good point to filter them in. Okay, Devotion. On the next 2 melee attacks targeting you, gain Retaliate 2 for the attack. Again, this is one of those kinds of cards that I would probably not play for the top action. Like, if I had an enemy bearing down on me, there's no way that I'm playing this over an aggressive action unless for some reason I had, I don't know, some sort of big shield bottom or some other like good play in combination with it. I think if I had like the choice between, you know, an attack 3 on something versus playing a retaliate 2, I'm most likely going to be taking the attack 3. Sometimes maybe that might be different depending on the enemy type, right? The enemy might also have retaliate or for whatever reason, but I feel like retaliate is never really a great thing to play on its own. You kind of need to be building towards it in other ways. So, but this could be an okay thing to give to your tank, and maybe they find an opportunity to play it like before we long rest, right? So there's chances, there's opportunities maybe. 50 initiative again. Looks like all of these cards are 50 initiative. So just like the standard med packs. Retaliate oneself. If this card is discarded for any reason, return it to the Hierophant supply. That's the bottom. See, that's actually kind of... Is that better as well? It kind of is. Certainly would be better if you were against like 3 or 4 enemies that were all melee and going to be attacking you that turn. That's certainly better. And it makes an element. Which, you know, might be for certain characters really useful. Really, really useful. It's an interesting one. Feels like the top would be better at 2-player and maybe the bottom would be better at larger player counts. But then again, you're giving up a top action. I feel like the bottom actions are always going to be kind of more spicy for me with this character, right? Unless you're going to get hit or get their shields, that's crappy. And don't try to get hit, obviously. Yeah, I mean, retaliate on its own without shield is pretty poor because it's not a good trade-off for you, the player. It's not a good trade-off for me to take, like, an attack 3 or 4 from an enemy and take 3 or 4 damage to deal 2 back. That's a bad trade. You're always looking for, like, a positive trade, right? So you would need to have shield yourself, or perhaps it gets through the enemy's shield, which is... You know, maybe they would die to retaliate because they're on like 2 and you want a guaranteed way to kill them or something. The thing with the top actions is that you can set them up for free between rooms. Yeah, that's fair. So, I mean, I think, again, I think this is good because it's kind of... Same with this card. It's basically the same action, just like a different twist to the action. Like a slightly different variation on that action. But you're kind of... You know, this is maybe the kind of thing that you would play mid-room, and maybe this is the kind of thing you'd play end of room, so that you kind of you're ready for the next encounter. It's interesting. Let's push on. Grace, the next time you suffer damage from any source, perform heal 3 self. If this card is discarded for any reason, return it to the supply. So I think this is probably the weakest so far, I would suggest. Like, you know, doing a heal 3 top action is, in my opinion, weak unless you're doing, unless it's between rooms, I guess, which is what this is kind of for. But it feels like you could just do this in an action. It feels like a lot of work to give somebody this card and them to play it. I guess if you're just extending their stamina, maybe it's okay. It's just a very filler action. It's nothing that I'm particularly excited about. And to be honest, like I would never play this mid-room. Like, this never happens. Meh. Yeah, I think it's just a bit meh. Especially considering that, let's look at the bottom of this card. So, heal 3 self. So, it does the same thing. And we don't have any condition here. We don't have to take damage in order to trigger the heal, which is weird. So, this one, it just happens, right? And we make light. And I think that that's much more usable, like, than this. Sure, there's going to be a time when you're just going to go, all right, I've got one more turn before we need, like, you clear a room and you've still got a couple of cards left, right? You don't quite want a long rest, and Grace is maybe one of them. Sure, I can see a situation where you move towards the door and you play this as the top. I can see that. But I don't feel like this is nearly as useful as this, right? I think, like, the bottom is much, much more useful. And it makes an element that, you know, is kind of tied to the heal effect. Again, I don't know if this character uses elements at all. It would be kind of neat if this character uses elements that the prayers generate that other people have to do. Thematically, that is actually really neat because it's almost as if people praying is giving them like a bonus because they are like, it's like faith, right? I think that's a really cool idea. I'm not going to get ahead of myself, but if that's in, that'll be awesome. I think that's thematically a really cool link between, like, you know, someone's praying and then that increases like faith, right? Because then, and then like, because there's faith in the group is high, which then empowers obviously your priest character, because your priest is going to be more powerful because people believe. And I think that's cool. Light is automatically good. This character uses it. Good answer. That's cool. That's very cool. Lamentation. On any source of damage, you may lose this card and suffer no damage instead. If this card is discarded for any reason, return it to the supply. Okay, this is a... Oh, is this a permanent loss, though? Why has it got this on there? May being the key thing here. Yeah, I guess you just keep it up for the killing blow or something, right? Or like a chunk of damage that maybe you can't avoid. Like if someone draws a ×2 on you, or like even if you've got Iron Helm, you can still get +2'd or something like that, right? It's like a lost card being recovered. Yeah, like is this a prayer card that once some player has used it, does it go away permanently? Or like the can't be recovered thing's a bit weird on here. So this is the prayer you can only use once. Okay, cool. All right. That kind of makes sense because it does seem very good. And if there was a way for you to kind of I guess you could get into a cycle where you give them this prayer, they then play it, they then use it, they discard it, then you play it, then you go late that same round, you pick it up. Like, I can see there being maybe a slightly abusive cycle with this kind of effect. So that's understandable. But this is really good. I like this a lot. You're basically just giving somebody a free miss damage at some point. And playing this between a room would actually be really quite good. You know, squeezing this in just between opening a door on your tank or something, that'd be really good. In fact, it doesn't even need to go to a tank. Any character can really benefit from this because they could just jump in front of a bullet, you know, to save somebody else at some point too, which I think is quite cool. So yeah, this is a good card. It's a usable ability, and I can see myself trying to find a way to play the top of this. Trying to find an opportunity. On any source of damage, you may lose this card and suffer it. Oh, it's the same. Is it the same top and bottom? Oh, it's perfect then. Perfect card. You don't even need to do that then. Oh, it's perfect. Yeah, here you'll play the bottom and that's between rooms. Yeah. I like it. The fact that it is both are exactly the same means that you can play it in a pinch. Like if you're in trouble, you can probably find an opportunity to play it while still playing something else that's kind of useful somewhere in your hand. It feels like you don't necessarily have to give up, you know, a proper turn, if you like. Because giving up a top action feels like giving up a proper turn sometimes, unless it's like literally a filler turn. So that's cool. You can just find an opportunity to play this, I'm sure. That shouldn't be hard. Cool. I like that. That's really good. Yeah, this is definitely the strongest one so far. And it's understandable why it's a burn, because it feels abusable some way. Like pre-burning a card without losing stamina. Well, yeah, and the thing is as well is you're not really burning a card as well, right? Because the prayers are free. They're free extra cards. So it's like you're getting that burn a card action without anybody sacrificing anything, right? And usually I don't like cards that do this, but the May clause on this makes it super useful, because you could even give this to a player very early on and just say, here you go, like, just have that in front of you, because at some point in this scenario you'll probably find some good use for it. Like, it feels like a very low risk one to just give, like, the character that you know is going to probably get in trouble, like, whenever. Probably one of the first ones you might even consider putting out. Like, one of the first prayers you might even actually consider using. It'd be interesting. In fact, this is a lot stronger than the med pack. Yeah, way stronger than the med pack, right? A fun fact, the ruin or lose a card to negate damage to become sated perk will trigger with this card. That's some good synergy right there. The elites won't tell you this, but the prayers are free. You have 47 prayers at home. All right. That's good. I like that one. Right. Meditation. The next time you perform a long rest, gain invisible at the beginning of the round. And that's just long rest. Right. Next time you perform a long rest. So you become invisible at the beginning of your long rest round. So basically you get like a free long rest, right? That's a free like a safe long rest, right? Yeah, it's kind of interesting one to evaluate because it makes you play slightly differently, right? Yeah, you're invisible and non-targetable. This is a really interesting one to evaluate because it's not something. Like, it is something that I do sometimes, right? Sometimes I do really like to do the whole go early, open a room, attack something, maybe go invisible in the door, and then do my long rest. So I'm like long resting one turn after my main team. So let's say my main team are in the first room and we're going into room number 2. I would let everybody in room 1 rest, long rest. But on that turn that they're long resting, you send in the character with the invisible. They go in, they open the door, go invisible on the door, or they block the pathway so the enemies can't get in or do anything like that maybe. Then they can long rest. That's the next turn. Safe because they'll be invisible. And then the other two have like, now they're back up to full and they can actually progress into the room. or they can go late that next round. So you kind of end up having this really cool way of stalling the enemies for 2 rounds while you kind of get your long rests in, which is really cool. And this is kind of like that sort of thing. And I can see it being quite useful in certain times. But it's a really hard one to evaluate, I think. Hey, Shadow. What is this class? It's the Hierophant. It is a class from the Crimson Scales expansion. Spin-off. Community made spin-off. So all new classes. It's like the worst version of doing that, but maybe that's to balance how strong that was in base Gloomhaven. But yeah, possibly, Mango, possibly. It's a really hard one to evaluate, I think. I find that this is a really, really hard one to evaluate. Because it is really useful. But you'd have to kind of set it up, you'd have to plan it. It's not one of these ones where you can kind of just play it and hope for the best. Because sometimes everyone will long rest at the same time and then this doesn't do anything, right? Because you'll be like, let's all long rest here before we go into the room. Yeah, sure. But maybe with the fact that your characters will have extra turns because of the fact they're getting more cards. So like the whole kind of action economy kind of gets upset a little bit because you've got extra cards to play, right? So it's like, how do you do that? Kind of interesting though. I'm not quite sure how to evaluate this one. Like it's an effect that I do try and kind of like do it by using invisible capes. So, and I like doing it with invisible capes, but I don't do it all the time. So I don't know. I think it's good, but I don't really know how good. You know, if it's really like we're going to be talking about this being one of the best ones, I don't know. It's interesting though. The bottom is the next time you choose a short rest, you may choose which card is lost. Now that is a bit more kind of useful mid. Like if I had the option between these 2 cards and I was in between 2 rooms, I think I would play the bottom because the bottom is like just a free short rest to get back your most powerful card and ensure that you don't burn it, which is the other important thing, right? Sometimes you just want to like cheese a scenario a little bit by, yeah, I'll just play 2 cards, then I'll short rest and I'll get like my best card back or whatever. These kinds of things can be quite good. Ultimately, if you've got 2 or 3 really good cards, so if you're like a character who has a very condensed hand size, that has like all of your cards are good, like you don't have any fluff. Like some characters have quite a large hand size, so they have a bit of, you know, you have those cards in there that they're okay, you know, you play them, but they're not really maybe that good and you don't mind losing them. Whereas some characters, it's very, very important that you keep some key cards. Like you lose your element generation card, so then you may have the thing that consumes it, but you don't have the generation anymore, so it's kind of moot, right? So I think I would probably play the bottom of this card, like if I had a spare action, bottom action at some point, and then even if I was between rooms, I think I would probably choose that, right? Bottom is bad because it's in the bottom. No, I think it's good because it's in the bottom. Because it's in the bottom, you could, in theory, what I could do is I could have this in my hand and I could play the bottom, attack something if I don't need to move, or if I'm a ranged character and I have range, right? So I could play the bottom, I could attack something that turn. Next turn, I could short rest and immediately use the action on this card and immediately get the benefit, right? Like, for example, let's say I was a Tinkerer and I was playing Stun Shot, right? I could play Stun Shot and this on the bottom, then I could short rest and ensure that I got Stun Shot back to then play Stun Shot again the next turn. Like, I felt like there is some kind of clever play around the bottom of this card, whereas the top of the card is still good, but I don't know. I felt like it's maybe not as always as useful, right? Bottom is bad because only cowards short rest. Sure. Ordination. At the start of your next 2 turns, you may perform move 2. Okay, this is the best one so far. If you find a time to play this is the one you want. Granted, you don't always want to move, but in general, free actions are free actions, and move 2 is an action. It's a bottom of a card, right? So this is action worthy. So this is almost giving you a free action. And characters that have very useful bottom effects. Actually, and importantly, this combos quite nicely with this character in general, because sometimes you're just going to want to play another prayer. This kind of enables the playing of other prayers too, right? Because it takes away the need maybe to use your bottom action to move. So it's like a prayer that enables other prayers, right? Same on the bottom too. It is the same on the bottom as well. Yeah, I think this is really good. This seems good all the way to level 9. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's fair. Because it's just an action. You're just getting a free action. Granted, it's not the strongest action, but remember, you can always use your boots in combination with this. So if you've got boots of striding or anything like that, you can add on movement because it's just giving you a move 2 action. So if there was any other buffs in play as well, like other characters maybe giving you extra moves, you know, if you've got Song of Speed by the music note up or anything like that, all that stuff's going to work with this, and it just frees you up. And I like the idea that it frees you up to play another prayer. So it's quite a good one. I think this is probably the most, like, just the most usable one that we've had so far. Like, you could play this without any hesitation, without any worry. You know, if you were ever like, oh, what prayer do I give somebody at the start of a scenario? Or, you know, maybe there wasn't any like obvious choice of what they needed. I think this is just a great option because pretty much every character will find a use for this at some point, right? It will use the charge even if you don't use. Yes, because it says it's giving you the option to do it, right? That is interesting though, but yeah, because of the way it works, it kind of, if it says you must perform a move 2, I guess maybe that would be a little bit, I guess the may is making it slightly unclear. If it just said at the start of your next 2 turns, perform move 2, if you just took away the you may, or it just says perform a move 2 action, because you can always decline it. I'm guessing it's just to try and shorten it. Yeah, I guess the wording can be a little bit confusing, but I think we know the intent. No, because the difference with this one is it says you may lose this card to suffer no damage. Do you see like the way the wording is on this particular card? It says you may lose this card. The weird part of this is I don't think it should say may here. I feel like this is just maybe adding a little bit of confusion to the mix because charges don't really work that. It triggers at the start of your next 2 turns, so this would move at the start of your next turn, right? Like that's kind of like the way it should be, but I feel like the you may is probably the confusing thing. It's like it triggers at the start of your turn, so it moves. Then you get, would you like to perform a move 2? No, I would decline that action, or I'll take that action, you know? But yeah, I do think it's slightly confusing to have the you may. Jen Chaos, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the quest. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Can you burn these cards to mitigate damage? Then the Hierophant doesn't get them back, right? No, you cannot burn these cards in any way. They work like med packs for the saw. They cannot be used to mitigate damage. Or they can't be burned in other ways too, because there are sometimes other cheesy ways of doing that. Although it didn't specify that on the thing. So for example, Chimeric Formula top, is it? Or bottom? The one that allows you to burn 2 cards to then get 2 other cards back. I presume that this would also not work with that because you can't burn them for damage or anything like. Basically, the only legal place they can really go is the supply, right? Kind of like med packs, I guess. Except for the one card that does that. Yeah, there's literally this one card which is the exception to the rule. but they can be used to move 2 or attack 2. Yes. Don't know why you'd want to, but it's on there. It's just, I think it's more so because that was like the base level for the saws attacks and what they did. And it just makes sense because players are having to play them as an action. Because you're giving this to a player for them to play on a future turn, it makes sense for it to have the same abilities that like a standard ability card would have. It makes it more useful. It means that, you know, characters are always going to be able to find a use. Like if you've got 2 cards in your hand, you're at least going to be able to do something with it. I think that's kind of the general idea, right? Penitence. Penitence. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Mango, thank you so much for continuing on your gift sub from Skylord. I really appreciate it, buddy. That is awesome. Thank you so much for the support. Welcome in. Glad you converted. I appreciate it, dude. The next 2 times you draw a negative attack modifier card, treat it as a +0 instead. It's a bit meh, isn't it? If we use advantage and draw -1, will it consume? That's a good question, actually. It says when you draw a negative card, right? Not when you... That's a really good question, actually. How does it work with advantage and... It is on draw. Okay, so it doesn't play very nicely with advantage. It doesn't really play very nicely with... Well, I guess it does play okay with disadvantage, because in theory, you could just... At least you get a +0, right? I guess disadvantage is really where it probably plays best. Triggers on draw. Doesn't apply to miss. Yeah, the fact that it doesn't apply to a miss. Unless misses do count as negative attack modifiers, do they? Because it's reducing your... I don't think it does, but... I would say negative value attack modifier card, right? It's an old Christian term, means being remorseful for your sin. Thank you. Penitent. I know, I feel like I've heard that word before, but I can't pronounce it properly. It's definitely one of the weaker prayers. It has its place, but unfortunately use gets less useful as players level. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be times when you've improved your attack modifier deck and this is just useless. Perhaps early game, you could consider chucking this on somebody. I mean, it's a pseudo... It's almost like pseudo... Well, it's not even pseudo advantage because it's... The fact it doesn't cover against a miss means that it won't even stop that horrible things. Yeah, definitely Shadow. I don't think it's... I think it's fairly weak overall. I guess the problem with this one compared to maybe some of the other ones too is that it's a bit more RNG focused, right? You could in theory have situations with this card where it doesn't do anything at all or it's just very underwhelming. You can have other situations that, well, yeah, maybe you drew that -2 and now it's a +0 and you feel really good. I don't like the fact that it's, you know, just kind of putting, you know, it's trying to mitigate luck, but I don't think it does it in a very player beneficial way. So yeah, I guess it's not particularly that good. It helps you lock your expected damage. Yeah, that's true. Reverse Iron Helm. I guess it kind of is. The bottom is the next 2 times enemy draws a positive, treat it as a +0 instead. That's much better, right? That's much better. That's something that tanks may actually use. It feels like a lot, like a big action to play. And again, similar to the top. I mean, the difference is, though, is that the enemy... So here's the big difference, right? The enemy attack modifier deck stays exactly the same throughout the entire game, right? The attack modifiers the enemy have, they have their base attack modifier, and it does not change. Yeah, they can get cursed and can get blessed. I know that. But that composition never changes, right? So this card will be, you know, as good at level 1 as it would be at level 9, right? That is not changing over the course of the game. So... This, however, is changing a lot because players are actively improving as they level up. So whereas this doesn't get any better, this probably stays pretty consistently okay, right? After I go through all these, I'll have to create a new sheet in his tool spreadsheet with a list of words I can't pronounce. Great, thanks. Bottom seems solid. Yeah, I think so. I think so, Mango. This is where we're at, I think, with this card. I'm all in for the bottom. I think the bottom's solid, pretty good. Give it to a tank. They'll probably find a good opportunity to play it if they don't need to move. The only problem is that there might be a situation when your tank wants to play like if they want to play like a shield effect or something. Like, is this better than shield? Like, sometimes yes, sometimes no. It's interesting because, like, I think you would always much rather play something like Shield 2 than. Is this better than Shield 1? I mean, it depends how many enemies there are too. Because like you could burn through this in a round very quickly. This could be gone, like just gone. Whereas, you know, Shield against a room full of enemies is going to be much better than this. It's a difficult one to evaluate, I think. I don't think it's particularly great. It's just like going to be okay. And I'm sure that there'll be some use for it. Salvation. On the next 2 sources of damage from attacks targeting you, gain shield 2 for the attack. That's a little bit better. See, now that's more of like that's the kind of tanking card that I like. It's a bit more aggressive. You can play this in between rooms, make sure that you're ready to go for the opening the door. Then your tank opens the door and you've already got shield 2, right? For the first 2 attacks in that room. That's very powerful. That gives you a really good like door opening buffer, if you like, right? I like it. I feel like that's much more kind of tangible, right? We know that this is going to be useful and we can make good use out of it. Red Guard is loving it. Saves up to 4 damage. Not bad. Yeah, I think so. I like it. I think it's good. I think definitely if you're playing a tank, you want to find an opportunity to play this. The bottom is just shield oneself, create earth. If this card is discarded, blah, 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 usual stuff. So, again, pretty useful. Salvation top is setting up for the next room. Salvation bottom is, you know, reacting for that round. You're in the mix. The initiative is obviously bad for this kind of thing. So, I think you have to be a little bit more... You're going to have to pair this with a good initiative, right? Because this ability does nothing. I say nothing, but it probably does very little. Or it's definitely more risky to play it on a 50. So you'd be having to pair this with an early initiative to make it more usable. Same with the retaliate one. Was there a retaliate in the round one as well, I think, right? So same kind of story. Whereas I think most of the other ones you can pretty much play whenever. Like, I wouldn't be so worried about my initiative with a lot of these other ones. I mean, maybe, you know, if you'd want to play something like this early, I don't know, but I feel like there's a bit more leeway. Whereas these ones are strictly have to be paired with an early initiative, really. Or boots or something, right? Bottom again is automatically good because this class uses earth. Okay, that's cool. Again, I like the fact that the elements are generated by the prayers that then the priest uses. That makes a lot of sense. Cool. All right, well, I think we got a good sense of that. We've kind of got a bit of everything, right? I'll tell you one thing that we didn't get, which I was kind of expecting, that we would get some kind of attack buff. But maybe, I mean, I guess this is the attack buff, but it's kind of quite a weak one. But I was just assuming that we would get some kind of attack buff. But maybe it would be too good if we did. So, I mean, I'm kind of okay with that. Because attack buffs generally tend to overshadow a lot of other cards, right? Like, just look at the Mind's Weakness, for example. That card basically just molds the entire Mind Thief character around it. And if that card didn't exist, the character might actually be more interesting for it. Or I'd argue it would be more interesting if that card didn't exist or was different in some way. Cool. You made these prayers to help mankind, not destroy it. Yeah, maybe. That's why it's a defensive, defensive class. Okay, right, into the cards. So Faith Calling. Shield 1, affect all allies within range 2. If you affect one ally with this action, give the ally 1 prayer ability card. Nice. Okay, that's pretty good. 13 initiative here too, so good initiative for this kind of thing. Range 2 is quite good as well. This is going to be nice because sometimes you get like target 2s and stuff, and this, although you're probably focusing on like one ally is like your tank, right? You're probably like, oh yeah, that's the person who's the damage soaker of the team. If you have enemies that target 2 and stuff like that, I like just giving some, you know, some extra shield to like, you know, the rest of the party, because occasionally they're going to take a hit or focus is going to go weird or whatever. Perhaps, you know, the initiative doesn't quite work out, so they end up drawing some fire or something like that. Like, I feel like it's pretty good. Yeah. 2 or 3 damage saved and a prayer, perhaps. Yeah, I think it's okay. It's probably like, the thing is that this character is probably going to feel a lot like the Tinker in many ways, where our actions are a lot more in support of other characters. So it's going to be hard to judge the power level, because like the Tinker at times, the power level is not great, but you are helping others be quite powerful. So although the character itself sometimes gets a bit of a bad rep for being a bit weak, it's more so because it's not doing the powerful thing itself, right? It's just enabling other characters a lot of the time, and it's playing a role. And I imagine that this is going to be kind of similar. Like, so this is not necessarily a powerful ability on its own, because you're like, what? I'll just attack something. But being able to give a prayer, shield your tank up for extra 1, means that they can maybe focus on doing damage themselves or something else. That could be good, right? Prayer is get shielded twice. Prayer is one of these cards. So this would then allow us to give them one of these cards that goes into their hand that they can play on a future turn. So it works like med packs. So yeah, solid. The bottom attack 1, range 3. Add curse if the target is adjacent to an ally. That's nice. That's a nice little attack too. On a low initiative as well. Getting an extra curse in is nice, but a bottom attack, you like to see it. Good initiative. We probably end up using this as a move too sometimes as well, I would think. This is one of these kind of cards where it's pretty multi-purpose. Also, this is also a free way, by the way, pretty much to get a prayer ability off. I don't know how hard it will be to get prayers into players' decks, but you will always be able to do this, right? You'll always be able to most likely find an enemy to shield to give a prayer. You know, so you could do this on off turns to just give prayers out. You don't necessarily need to hyper focus on this. You can still do something with it, right? To be clear, this only gives a prayer if less than 2 allies are shrouded. Oh, that's not the way that I understood the card at all. So I understood it more with... Oh, I dislike this card suddenly a lot more. There should be the word only here. Okay. I dislike it a bit more now. Because having to choose, and also the fact that it's a range 2 means that maybe you just forced into having to shield other allies, depending on your positioning. I mean, range 2 is quite a short range, but there could be situations where you physically can't give somebody a prayer because you're all in too close a proximity of each other, right? And perhaps the scenario is quite narrow or something. It's for 2-player? Okay, maybe there might be some other benefits to it. I don't know. It's unrelated to the current conversation, but you want to ask. I want to basically be able to talk about builds. Reddit and BGG aren't the answer. Any suggestions? Well, I mean, it depends on what you want about builds with. I mean, I know the custom content guys. I'm sure Nits will hook you up to the custom content Discord, but I don't know how much discussion they do in there of like traditional builds. Of course, you always do it in our Discord. We could always make a new channel for that if we wanted to. Essentially, a few actions have benefits if you aren't using the action to its full potential. So an action isn't strictly twice as strong in 4-player versus 2-player. Okay. Okay, so it's a balancing thing. Okay, I get it. I guess now, like, as somebody who pretty much exclusively plays either 3, or if I'm playing multiplayer, would probably end up playing 4 or something. I guess that for me, it's a little bit... Maybe it's just a little bit confusing. But I get it. I get it. If that's the idea, is to try and balance it. But overall, this is a good card. I still think this is a good card, but in that case, this becomes maybe a little bit harder to get the prayers out. Maybe a little bit, but without playing and without knowing entirely, it could still be easy to do. Harsh Rebuke. Attack 3, range 2. If this attack kills an enemy, give one ally within range 2 one prayer ability card. That's kind of interesting. I mean, it's a fairly under... I would say that the attack is slightly under kind of costed, right? Attack 3, range 3, famously, I always say. That's where usually you're at. For like, but then you get this powerful bonus of giving the prayer. Like, that's a powerful bonus, right? So... But you have to kill. I guess you can probably quite reliably finish something off with this. Again, it's... Without playing the character, how is this going to work tempo-wise? But I can see this being doable. Yeah, it's slightly under the curve if you don't kill, but quite above if you do. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, obviously, if you can reliably do this, it's a fantastic ability. It's really, really good. But if you can't, then it's probably just fine. So I guess you'd probably play this regardless. I mean, you've got an 11 card hand, so it's not like we're probably gonna be able to take along a few abilities that are just like okay until we find maybe better level ups or something like that we can change around. So, you know, for level 1, I don't dislike this. I think this is probably pretty good. It's probably a great level 1 finish, you feel? Yeah, I think so too. So the bottom is move 3, +1 move. If we consume Earth, we get +1 move and shield oneself. If we consume Light, we get an additional +1 move, heal 1, range 3. That's pretty decent too. I think I'd probably just play this as a move 3. But if we can make our elements, which we know we can from the prayers, there's a good chance that if someone says, you know, I mean, I guess you get into a little bit of a situation with communication here, but in theory, you could quite easily get the benefits. I think you want to go for Light here than you want to go for Earth, especially on that initiative of 44 if you're not pairing it with something else. This character doesn't have a great amount of health, so I can't see them shielding themselves being particularly great. But being able to heal either, you know, a wound or a poison off somebody or off yourself is going to be good, right? So I don't mind this one. I think it's pretty good. Feels solid with Light. Yeah, I agree. I think so. Good. So yeah, this is one of those cards that I think you're not unhappy to have in your hand, but it's probably not going to be like an MVP card for you unless, well, I don't know, maybe you get into a scenario and you just start smashing enemies with this. I don't know. If you do, then great. This character ain't a tank. No. Is prayer strong enough? I think prayer is strong enough if you have enough. You just have the opportunity to play them, right? And similar to like med packs, like you would often find that with the med pack mechanic, you would end up with them in your hand at the end of a room because you have that extra stamina, right? Adding extra stamina to characters, to have additional cards to play, to have additional turns before having to rest is subtly quite powerful. And you'd often find when I played with Saw that I would give a bunch of med packs to a character and they wouldn't need to long rest, you know, we'd clear a room and they'd still have maybe 2 or 3 turns left. And the problem with that was, while the med packs, if you didn't need healing, didn't do anything. They just moved 2 and then they were gone. They kind of just, yeah, they gave you a bit of longevity, but if the rest of your team is long resting, what value are you really getting from that? Like, you could still lose because the rest of your team's exhausting. So it's it adds a bit of value to those in-betweeny downturns, which I think is nice. It's a good idea. Okay, so Impetuous Inquisition. Disarm, range 3, off to a good start. Add curse and gain 1 XP if the target is adjacent to an ally. Brilliant. Great card. Really, really good. You're not going to turn down a non-burn disarm at range 3 ever. It doesn't do any damage, which I think is good, because I feel like this is the way these cards need to be going forward. So I kind of like that's been adjusted to what would be now considered to be. This is probably still a bit too powerful. Like, I don't think you'd see this in Frosthaven, or maybe you might do on some of the unlockables. I'm not too sure about that, but we know it's premium. So taking off the attack now means you have to choose. And adding a curse is a nice bit of upside too. This is very, very, very solid. Great control. On a character who doesn't strike me as a damage dealing character, you want cards like this that are still impactful while you do your other stuff, right? You're healing your allies up, or you're giving them prayers, or whatever it is you're doing, right? You're not, if your intention is not to kill things, you know, this is a good, well, the next best thing. So I like it. I think it's really good. Weaker than Singer, yes, but so one thing that you have to like really take into consideration now is that Gloomhaven is broken. Like, it is way, way broken. A lot of characters are way too strong. Way too strong. And now, after many, many years of playtesting and learning about that, you're not going to see it. And the guys who are obviously involved in designing and testing and creating these, you know, have been doing this, you know, with all of that data now in hand. You know, we've all played the game. We all know the faults of Gloomhaven and of the characters. So they can address it by making the game more challenging and more fun by, you know, taking away the crutches that we often use to win scenarios, right? So in my opinion, and this is actually, you know, I've said this before, and one of my worries about Frosthaven is that because they're balancing things, and because the game Gloomhaven was so wildly imbalanced and there were so many powerful things, instead of having power creep, they're actually lowering the power level in general, which sometimes players don't take very kindly to, right? Because it's very hard to give up power once you've tasted it, right? I've tasted that power, and now I'm used to playing with it, so that when it's taken away and I don't get to play with it, I have that frame of reference. Well, it used to be like this, and now I can't do that. Why? It's like, oh, it was too good. Yeah, but I like doing it, right? It's very hard to generally bring the power level of a game down without kind of like upsetting players. And that is one of my concerns for Frosthaven, is it needs to be done. I'm completely with them. That I think it 100% needs to be done, because it's the only way to balance the game and to fix it going forward, and to start making characters more interesting again and scenarios more interesting again. But it is a problem. And I think a lot of people might respond to that poorly because of that, right? It's much easier to instead just have power creep and to just maybe make the enemies more challenging, to just make them harder in some way. But then perhaps the scenarios are really hard. Like, I think Gloomhaven, it's difficult. And hopefully players react to it in the right kind of way. But that is something that, you know, I've been vocal about, that having a general lowering of the power level is probably going to have a bad first impression, because you're going to have to sell to players like, oh, we have to sell you the reasons why we had to do that, because otherwise the game would be uninteresting. Like, we'd already hit the top. Like, where do we go from there? Like, we couldn't, like, what, we give you a card that just disarms everything in a room? Like, what do we do? You know, how do we go, where do we go from there, you know? So it's difficult, and I hope people respond to it in the right way. Sound the Great, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the quest. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. There's definitely going to be some people who don't like Frosthaven due to the reasons I'm talking about. I think so. And there'll be people who just, I mean, and you know, I don't think badly of people like that because, like, I think it's a very valid viewpoint. It happens in video games all the time, right? It happens in video games so much. They just release balance patches, you know? You build a class around a strategy in a game and it's really, really powerful and you're enjoying it. And then they nerf it like that overnight. And they say, nope, we're taking that away. That's too good. And then players, you know, a lot of players feel bad about that because it's like, oh, man, like I was enjoying playing with that. And it's hard to do that in a board game because it's a physical product. You can't just patch a game, patch it, you know? You kind of have to, you have to make sweeping changes. And that's maybe a little bit harder. Your Suit Singer went in knowing the character was overpowered and is trying other cards and having fun making it work. Yeah, exactly. I think like there's a bit of self-moderation you can definitely do. Anyway, there's enough on that topic. Each enemy that causes an ally to suffer 3 or more damage from an attack this round suffers 2 damage from the attack. Consume Earth, retaliate 1, affect all allies. Whoa! An anonymous gifter? Whoever that is, thank you so much. I really appreciate it for gifting 5 subs. That is awesome. Thank you so much. Welcome, Boardgame 613, Grenoff, Coda, Gigasaurus, and Obese Pigeon. Welcome, guys. That is very, very kind of them. Make sure to thank them in chat. That's awesome. It's anonymous. Yeah, it was just an anonymous person, I guess. Unless somehow you managed to get the Twitch handle anonymous gifter, which is very impressive. But I think it managed to spin anonymous. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's incredibly kind of you. Thank you. So the bottom of this card. Each enemy that causes an ally to suffer 3 or more damage from an attack this round suffers 2 damage. It's kind of interesting, this one, right? Because if you were to consume the Earth, then you'd have retaliate on top of that too. It's a burn. It's a one-time use. Ooh, I don't know. And it's 3 or more damage. I think this is maybe too situational, but the top is so strong that perhaps that's fine. It's fine to have like a very, very situational bottom tied to an incredibly powerful top that you're probably going to use like all the time, right? Delete the flame demons. Yeah, but then if they miss or something, this is going to feel bad, right? It's only for a round as well. It's one single round. Imagine you like getting ready to play this and then the enemy like plays a card underneath your initiative, or you know, plays like a summon turn or something that doesn't attack, or a really low value attack or something. It just feels like it's very like all in on a round and you just kind of hope that it's gonna come true. I don't know. But it's incredibly niche. I don't think many people are going to play it. You might just play it for the 1 or 2 XP maybe at the end of the scenario, you know? Perhaps you're just trying to get a bit of XP at the end of the scenario. This does that. So, in fact, I don't think you can just play it for 2 XP. That's it. Like, and whether or not you get this benefit, whatever, right? So, yeah, it's fine. This is so strong that it really didn't matter what this was, to be honest. Inner Reflection. Attack 1, range 3, pierce 3, wound. Now this is nice. Ooh, I like this. We say this before. We kind of wish that pierce was used more often in the game, and this is a really good example of how you can kind of keep a card relevant for much longer, right? If this was just attack 1, range 3, wound, which actually I still think is still pretty good. I think quite a lot of people would probably play that card for a good few levels. But that pierce 3 suddenly makes it a card that, hey, maybe we will keep this for longer. Maybe we'll build around this. Maybe we'll enhance this. There's got some enhancement dots there, right? Range or attack. You know, stick poison on this or something. You know, that's some really good opportunities here with this card, I think, to keep it relevant for a good amount of time. I don't know what our perks are going to be like. We'll go through the perks, but this is only the second attack we've seen so far. So obviously this character's not really based around the attacking too much, but we'll check out the perks and we'll see what they do. So maybe we could turn this attack 1 into something more useful, but I like it. I think this is good, right? You've been running it with the poison yourself? Yeah, I think that's... I mean, like, getting poison and wound in a single card is super value, right? Single ability. That's super, super value. If you did have some extra money to extend the range, that would make it even more useful. So if a skeleton deals 3 damage 3 times, it will suffer 6 damage. For the last card, yes. It's for each attack, right? So yeah, there are certain enemies this could be really good against. But then again, you're going to have to take... you would have had to have taken 9 damage to deal 9 damage back, right? It's not a... Like, can you sustain that? I mean, you can't. Like, you've only got 6 health. I mean, it's an ally as well. It's not even you. So, I think that's the problem with that too. It's like, yes, in theory, but also you need to have taken the 3 damage, right? Because it says suffer damage, right? An ally to suffer 3 or more damage. So isn't they attacked you for 3, you had shield 3? Perfect. No. You have to have taken 3 damage to deal that back, right? And it would have been potentially with the retaliate 3 each time. So that's why it's not great. I like this. Kind of does everything you want for a pot shot attack, short of hard CC. Yeah, I think this is a... I mean, the initiative here, 53, is obviously not particularly great, because with wound, it's always nice to play it quite early, because then hopefully you can start getting that wound damage that round as well, rather than getting it from the subsequent rounds. But you can probably find a way to pair it with something else. I like it. I think this is very playable. You're probably going to play this for quite a while, and good enhancement possibilities for sure. The bottom, loot 2. You may give each character ally within range 2 1 money token gained with this loot ability. If you do, give the ally 1 prayer ability card. If you only give 1 money token this way, give the ally 1 additional. Well, that's kind of spicy. That's a lot of text, chat. That's a lot of text on the card. You may give each ally... So you loot 2. Then with those tokens that you've picked up, within range 2, you can give them out. That's a lot of damage.
No, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of looting.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
Okay, I'll be honest. This card to me, I actually almost feel like you can just forget all of this, and it's just going to be a loot 2, gain 2 XP at the end of a scenario. All right. That's how this card's gonna play. Okay. I'll keep the money, thanks. Yeah, I mean, also you giving up the money. That feels really horrible. I don't want to give the money up to other people, right? Can loot 1 pile and let 3 allies get 1 pile. No, I think it's you loot the piles and then you can split those piles up. So if you only loot 1 pile, you could only give one token out, right? You didn't spend your loot 2 to not be greedy. Yeah, and like you'd want to play this early to get the prayers to the players to them to use. So like the prayer benefit is really only a benefit if there's rounds in the game for them to use them, right? That you're trying to plenty of rounds left to play. So it's really not a good benefit for this kind of thing. I like that they've tried to give it a thematic ability to a loot for the character to use, right? I'm a fan of that. I think loots are generally boring, so this adds a bit of spice to a loot. So I like that idea. But I think in practicality, it's just going to end up being a loot 2, gain 2 XP. I'm going to keep all the money, thank you very much. And nobody else is going to get anything, right? People forget Gloomhaven is cooperative. Yeah, I mean... you have 11 cards, right? So you could burn a card. We haven't seen another card we've been immediately like, we should burn this. So perhaps we can sustain it. But you'll be giving up a very good card as well on the top. Like a very good action to do it. So, and sure, giving your loot out to other people could be a nice way to help them get, you know, a more powerful item. I don't know how many items this character wants or needs. You know, it feels like it's going to be, you know, your classic support build, right? We're going to be talking about stamina potions, maybe some mana potions to help out. You know, you might be looking at Hawk Helm as an item to help extend the range of a couple of your cards or attacks that you have. You know, there's going to be little things like that. It doesn't strike me as somebody who needs big boots or anything yet, but we only seen one decent move. So yeah. Anyway, interesting, but probably ultimately a lot of text that won't ever be used. One loot token for 2 prayers seems fine. Yeah, I mean, if you were to do that, but again, like, I don't see you burning a loot card until towards the end of a scenario generally. I mean, maybe you would try and do it at the end of the first room. I mean, if you can find a good opportunity to loot too, but then you are, I mean, the thing is you're giving up a really cool card, especially if you want to enhance this. I don't know. I don't disagree with you. I think giving 2 prayers and getting, you know, maybe some loot yourself and only giving 1 token away, it's not bad, but it's just a bit, I don't feel like it's going to fit into the tempo of like how I personally like to play very much. It's kind of like counter to the tempo that I usually play. I'd hang on to this card probably for dear life, to be honest. Inspired Remedy. Heal 3, range 2, consume light, additional +1 heal and +1 range. That makes it a nice above the curve heal there, I would say. That would actually make it pretty decent as a level 1 heal. If the heal ability affected an ally with a hit point value equal to or below half of their health, give the ally 1 prayer card. Awesome. Now that's cool. I like that one. I really like that one. Especially at level 1, because you're going to be below health, like, quickly. Below half health quickly. Good way to trick your allies. I promise if you let me loot those coins, I will give you back with a prayer. I suppose so. You can run, yeah. I mean, how many times, though, can you play that trick before they figure that one out? After the first time, that's it. It's over. So in terms of heals, in terms of heal values, I think this is very good. This is probably the best... probably one of the best prayer enablers as well, I guess. Well, I was saying that you do need to have hit points equal to or below half. So there is a condition there to put the prayer in. Whereas I feel like maybe this one, you could probably figure out a way of, even with like 3 or 4 players, you might be able to like run away and or find a little, you know, position like on a, you know, right at the edge of a room or something to try and make it affect only 1. But this is super useful. A really useful effect, I think. It's good. And also, it's flexible, right? It's good. It's flexible. You could use it on yourself if you really needed to. Obviously, you won't get the prayer, but I think that's good. At the end of each of your turns, perform a heal 1, affect 1 adjacent ally. Oh, there we go. Okay. Ooh. Crack dance. It's the reverse rumbling advance. At the end of each of your turns, perform a heal 1 adjacent ally. Nice. Yeah, this is really nice. I like the value. You can get quite a lot of value in certain scenarios. This is MVP. Does the player choose what prayer? The Hierophant player chooses which prayer to give. But I guess, you know, you can collaborative game and all that. So no, the prayers are not random. The prayers are chosen by the Hierophant player. But, you know, I guess you would, you know, talk to each other and say which one would you like. Yeah, it basically fixes med packs, because med packs were a really nice idea, but they just were a bit bland. No more wounds or poison. Yeah. I mean, it is only one ally, though, so it's very small. But if you're playing 2-player, this is going to be quite good. I like this card in general. I think I'm going to keep it for the top, though. And then I'll probably just burn it for 2 XP and maybe a bit of value towards the end of a scenario with the bottom, I think. I really like the top. Top feels really nice. Which one would you like? Oh, but I need the elements. So here, you'll take this one. Yeah, oh yeah, you could just give people the prayers that you need them to play for the elements too. That's true. This is good. I like this. In general, this is a good package. I think this card is a good package. Oak's Embrace. The next 2 times an ally within range 3 would suffer damage from an attack, they may suffer half the damage instead. Rounded down. That's really similar to... It's like Bristle, but not Bristle. It's there's a new condition. What's it called? It's not. It's the opposite of Brittle. Ah. Ward. Thank you, Ward. It's Ward. Right? Yeah, it's literally Ward. I mean, I like it. I think Ward's a really cool new effect. I like the idea. And this will be really easy for them to update the templating too now if they wanted to. So just half damage. You'll take it every time. I guess sometimes, well, I mean, even if it's 1 damage they take, I think it's good. Yeah, I like this. I think this is really good. I'd definitely play this. This could save... And this, you know, this could be kind of underwhelming where it only saves 1, 2 damage maybe. But then it's functionally been like a shield, you know, a shield 1 to an ally or something. So it's about right. But it could, the upside is way higher, right? The upside of this is really high. Plus it's a non-burn, so we can play this multiple times. And you can get an XP. So, yeah, I like it. I think this is good. The bottom is move 4. Consume Earth. To retaliate 1, affect 1 adjacent ally. I mean, it's a good move. That's for sure. And we haven't had a move as just like a straight move 4 yet. So maybe this is just a playable card just for that fact. The retaliate 1, affect 1 adjacent ally is obviously garbage on this initiative. So, I mean, you'd need to play it early. But you're going to play a move 4, right? You're going to be playing a move 4. Like, there's no way that you're not playing a move 4. So, this card's like an auto-include. Unless we suddenly hit an absolute run of cards that have great movement. So far, this is our best movement card. It's on an initiative that is maybe not good for this particular sort of ability. But, you know, may lend itself quite nicely to going late in a round when you want to. So, yeah. Very playable. We're going to be using this, and I actually really like this. I think this could potentially have huge upside. It can be really strong. It's not burn, but can hold for several rounds. Yes, which is also why it's kind of good, right? Because it's going to stay out until it triggers, which is nice. Unlike the round ones, which are always kind of like a bit all in for me, I like these ones because at least then it will only happen when it's useful. Restoring Faith. Heal 1, range 3, loot 1. Perform this loot ability as if you were occupying the hex occupied by the figure affected by the heal ability. Oh no. Oh no. Griefing? What? Is this meant to just troll your allies? Oh, like, they're like, oh man, do you want to heal? I can heal you for 1 and steal all your loot, dudes. If you want to lose wounds, give me money. Yeah. That's really... I mean, I kind of like it because it allows you to loot where you don't necessarily want to go. Like maybe you don't want to go to that area because it's like, oh, well, I'd have to take this huge detour to go and loot. This is naughty. I like it. It's kind of, I can imagine this would cause some arguments maybe. Like, especially if somebody else has played loot that turn. Like they've moved to that position and then they're like, yes, right, finally. Next turn, I'm going to play my loot bottom action. I've moved into the right place. I'm ready to go. And then you're like, yoink. I mean, it is 64 initiative, so you can't, you know, go super in front of somebody. You would have to play another card to do that. But still, you just wish it had initiative 13. Yeah, exactly. If you wanted to make it a true griefing card, you would make that initiative really low. Are you full life and you're not? Well, better pay next time. Yeah. The fact that you can do the loot action, right? Oh, no. Yeah, so you don't even have to have done the heal, right? So it's not as if you have to have actually given them extra health. Like, as long as you can target them with the heal, and even if they're at maximum health, you still could do this. It doesn't matter. It's kind of funny. Evil priest. Yeah, this is the evil priest version. Taxing people. This is them, what is it? Taking, what do they call it when they come round with like the basket at church and take the donations? That's what this is. Okay, move 3. One ally may move a character token back 1 space on any one prayer ability card. There's no range on that card. Just move 3. One ally may move a character token back 1 space on any one prayer. I mean, yeah. Extra value means you don't have to play the prayer again. And that's good, right? Drifter card. Yeah, for sure. One more charge of move 2 prayer. Yeah. That's probably the really good use of it. Yeah, with the move 2 card. Yeah, for sure. This is so made for that card, isn't it? So this is really, I think this is really good. Because like we were saying before with the prayers, like this I think is the best one. So if you can give somebody an extra charge so they can do another free move too. But even like something like sort of a little bit dopey, like getting the heal, right? Or, I mean, maybe not this one. But getting the heal might be useful. Getting the extra shield. That can be really good. My only problem with these cards though is that there's only 2 charges on them. So these particular ones, I can see them falling off very quickly, like in a single round, right? You put Salvation out, if you're playing 3 or 4 player, this thing is going in a round. Like it is gone, right? Same probably with, you know, if you're playing this in a scenario where there's poison and wound in 8, again, gone. It's just gone. So realistically, the only one that sticks around for multiple turns is the move. Like, the others are just gone. So, there's an outside chance you can get an extra charge of this, but it's probably very unlikely. So, it will be just this, won't it? Really. Retaliate 2 is underrated for everything that's not like +3 difficulty. Well, it depends on combination with shield, right? Like I don't like negative trade-offs. So I don't like, you know, I mean, to be fair, you're getting attacked for like 1, it doesn't really matter. Like Retaliate 2 against attack 1 is obviously a good trade for you. You're doing 2 damage to them and you're only taking 1 yourself. My experience is that Retaliate doesn't seem to scale as quickly as enemies, so you just end up taking like 3 and dealing 2, and that's not a great trade. I mean, sometimes it can be, depending on the character, I suppose, but yeah. Maybe I've played with too much CC. Possibly. I guess that, yeah, I mean, with less CC in the game, maybe stuff like that becomes more useful. I just never get hit. I mean, if you're going to get hit, true. If you find, I'm guessing the problem is with Retaliate in the past is that it's actively an ability you need to play, right? Instead of attacking. That's the thing, right? With those prayers. But that might not be the case. You might be able to play it in between rooms. So, we'll see. So yeah, Restoring Faith, excellent. Definitely taking this card because just for this, just to troll people with anyway. Sacred Death. Attack 3, range 3. If this attack kills an enemy, you may perform Bless, range 2, and gain 1 XP. So you could bless yourself. Well, this is just strong. This is strong. I'll be honest, I don't think you even care if you kill an enemy either. I'll take an attack. Like I said, attack 3, range 3. That's the bar. I'll take attack 3, range 3 all day, every day. And the fact that there's actually a nice bonus.
A little bit spicy.
Very, very good. Very good. 81 initiative is maybe, you know, maybe not so great, but
a little bit spicy.
I've noticed the initiative on this character is not like super early. We've had a couple of, I think we had one really early card, like the 13, and everything else has been fairly middle-ish so far. We had a 20, right? Or mid-20s, but yeah. Recover 1 lost card played this round and up to 2 discarded cards. May immediately play the bottom action of 1 discarded card recovered this way. What? Recover 1 lost card played this round. So that would be a top loss. Do we have a top loss? Most likely. Unless you have, like, you know, rings or whatever. I guess we're coming to it in a minute. Recover 1 lost card played this round. I mean, amazing. I mean, actually amazing. Being able to play any lost card twice is going to be good because all lost cards are good generally. Like they're always going to be good. Also means we can start potentially looking at cards in a slightly different light as well, right? We can now start looking at lost cards as, hey, is this great if it's played twice? And you get 2 discarded cards back. So you get a major stamina potion chucked into the mix as well. Yeah. And you get to play the bottom of... What? This card's nuts. Like, this card's nutty. What? So you get back 2 discarded cards. And then you can play one of the bottom actions of one of those cards. So you're basically getting... So you're getting... Let me get this right. You're getting almost like... You're getting like a mini reviving ether. Kinda. You're getting like a crazy reviving ether type effect, whatever. Basically a very powerful action twice. So you're getting that, which is going to be good value anyway. Then you're going to get to recover 2 cards, which is basically a major stamina potion. Then you're getting to play the bottom action of one of the cards recovered this way, which is a Ring of Haste. Now, granted, you've given this up. So, in theory, you're actually only playing 2 actions, right? Because you're playing the top, which is probably going to be a burn, and you're recovering that, and then you're playing this, which is actually you playing another card. So you're only playing 2 actions because one of the actions is to play the other action. So it's like not quite that, but it's really interesting, really powerful, really cool. I like it. A really nice it's a really nice way to change the way to look at cards, I think. Also non-recoverable itself, indicator of its power level. Well, it'd be absolutely broken if you could recover it though, wouldn't it? Like, yeah. This kind of effect, whenever it's printed, it has to be a one-time, right? It has to be a one-time. So yeah, you're still only getting 2 actions, like the super powerful action that you play on the top and your whatever the bottom is on that turn, but you're getting that powerful action back again, and potentially you're getting back another useful card, like a minor stamina potion, like getting something useful back as well. So Yeah, this card's great. All right, well now I just want to find a spicy burn top, which looks like we've got one here. Attack 4, range 3, pierce 3, wound. It's like the supercharged attack. If you can get advantage on this, 69 initiative. Nice. However, probably not where you want to be with this card. Well, maybe. Maybe it's the way that they're nerfing it. Nerf this card into the ground. Nice. Thank you. Thank you, Kira. Yeah, because it's... If they just pair this with, like, really bad initiatives, like they only give you lost cards on the top with bad initiatives or late initiatives, then it makes it significantly harder to play. But then also, you can't move, so maybe you just want to invite the enemy towards you anyway. Interesting. So if we could play Soul Strike twice, attack 2 things for 4 with range 3, pierce 3, wound, I mean, that's crazy. Is this ability incredibly strong on its own? I think it's slightly below the power level of maybe some of the other Gloomhaven-y type one-off attacks, right? Like if you were to look at Empathetic Assault on the Mind Thief, for example. I mean, that's incredibly strong. But it's pretty much there, though. I mean, the PS3 is really good. I guess at level 1, it'll just feel like an attack 4 a lot of the time. But, you know, someone who plays on increased difficulty, that PS3 is incredibly relevant for me. So I really like that being on there. Yeah, scales. Yeah, scales really well. Like, I think if you're just playing on normal difficulty with this, it's just going to probably just be an attack 4 with wound for you. And the PS3 may as well just say PS1, right? Which is still, you know, an attack, a decent kind of attack value, right? Attack 5, maybe. But it won't be maybe quite as good. But then when you start scaling up, this is actually going to get better and better and better and better. Yeah, this card, man, throws a real spanner into the works, doesn't it? Because I think that ultimately I might not be all that high on this if it wasn't for the fact that I can potentially play it twice. Now I'm like, well, you know, it is good. I'm not usually a fan of these one-off kind of things, but the fact that I could potentially play it twice in a like impactful round. We have 11 card hand, so this would go straight down to like 9 cards though. Oh, it's a lot of an investment, but it's cool. 2 XP too as well. That gave you like 4 XP. This character could level super fast. If you hit a target with 1 shield, it's already on curve or above. Yeah, true. Just kind of interesting. Like, depending on the scenario length, I don't know if you can really support going down to that many cards. You don't have to obviously play this super early. You can play it kind of later. So the bottom is move 3, heal 1. Affect all allies move through. Again, very usable. I like this. I would play this as probably just a move 3. So a little bit of upside is good. Soul Strike's an interesting one. It's good that there's an ability on the bottom here that's actually pretty playable, like regardless of what you're doing. So I can see you kind of holding this for a little while and just doing this for a bit. And then maybe when the situation is right and you go for the big turn, you kind of got it, right? You can go this, you go this. Then the next turn, you could follow it up. Well, you couldn't play Soul Strike, right? Because does it go into your hand? Oh, it does. It goes into your hand. So you could play Soul Strike again the following turn. It's pretty cool. Or if you had a Ring of Haste, you could play it that turn. Wow. Give me the rings. A decent enhanced dot. Oh, yeah. You can enhance that maybe to a move 4 too. Standing Ground. Shield 2. Affect 1 adjacent ally. This shield ability is unaffected by Pierce. Ooh. Hello. That's quite unique. That's very unique. Oh, I like that. It's like the it's the anti-archer card, right? Yeah. It's the anti-archer card. Anti-lurker. Oh, anti-lurker too, yeah. Anti-archer, anti-lurker. Anything else have Pierce? Innate Pierce? Do Deep Terrors have Pierce? I have a feeling that they do. Maybe on their ability cards, but not innate. Your highest health character is now Sunkeeper. Yeah. This is cool. 22 initiative as well. It's probably on a little... That 22 is not as early as maybe you'd like it. I'm already thinking this character is maybe a candidate for initiative boots. But the thing is that you've also got a couple of nice moves that get better with boots, right? You kind of got like this gets better with boots. Where are the other one that got better with boots? I swear there was another one that got better with boots. But anyway, there's a couple of things that maybe. But I'm starting to think maybe initiative boots would be good on this. Because you want to do this early. 22 is not early enough against some enemy types. So, in fact, archers can go underneath this. And I'm not sure if lurkers can. Lurkers might have one card that goes underneath this. But it might not be like a move. So, you might be safe. But archers can definitely go under this. But given it gives an element, it's already quite strong to justify being as slow as 22. Yeah, I suppose. Initiative boost would make this really good. Just specifically for lurkers. There are a lot of lurkers in Crimson Scales. Is this a consideration? Is this playing the meta game? I think it's really good though anyway. Just giving anything shield 2. It's better than the earlier shield card that we had. But that gave a prayer potentially, which might top it over the edge in certain situations, right? Attack to target one enemy at any range that is adjacent to an ally. That's interesting. Target one enemy at any range. That's really cool because you don't because it's a bottom action as well. You can't move, so there's a good chance that you'd be able to just do that. Shield 1, affect one ally adjacent to the target of the attack. Ooh, Chef's Kiss. I love this card. That's awesome. I really like this card. I think that's thematically awesome ability. Attack an enemy. It's like you cool down a bolt of lightning or something, you know? You get struck. And then, you shield up, your ally gets a bit of a buff. I like it. Very neat and fairly strong. Yeah, I did mean monsters. Yeah, I really I think this is standing ground. Really good name for the card as well. Makes a lot of sense thematically for what it does. Yes, cool card. I like this a lot. 2 really playable halves. One of them maybe a little bit more to be honest, I think that you would have this anyway. Doing this regardless of this ability, I think is already pretty good. It's there are the Sunkeeper has cards that just shield 2, retaliate 1. Bright Aegis is a card that exists. But this then kind of makes it the ultimate shield card, right? Because the one kind of kryptonite is Pierce. And it won't come into play every scenario, but when it does, it's going to feel really good. So, yeah. This card's an absolute win for me. Love it. Think it's really good. Bright Aegis is also level 7. Well, that's true. Yeah. That's true. Maybe a bit powerful for level 1. Right, you and all allies within range 3 may recover a collective total of up to 6 of your discarded cards. What? You and all allies within range 3 may recover a collective total of up to 6 of your discarded cards. Okay, so this is kind of balanced to multiple player counts, right? That's why this is like this. It's so that if you're playing with 2 player, you could essentially they would be able to get 6 cards back, which is quite a lot, but you know, there are also cards like the Tinkerer can get all of your discarded cards back, right? Makes 2 elements, both of your elements that you want to use, which is good. 1 XP, burn, 1-time use. You could combo this off with that other card, right? On 32 initiative. Ooh. Ooh. How good is playing this twice, huh? It's pretty good. That's a lot of stamina. That's a lot of stamina, chat. Yeah, this top. Yeah, this is... I like the way that it's kind of balanced for all player counts. So if I'm playing with, let's say... I usually play 3-player, right? So let's say that, you know, we have 2 allies. So that would be 3 cards each, which is super good. Like a turn and a half. Potentially even, like, depending on, obviously, like, how many cards they have in their hand, that could be giving them another turn as well. That extra card might be what they need because they're an odd number. But then the fact that you can just play it again... does seem very good. I like this. Thematically really cool. Vocal Sermon. Makes a lot of sense. Quite easy to play as well because it's within range 3 and it's the top. I mean, I guess if you wanted to use it with this, you'd have to actually like sync it up. You'd kind of have to say like, okay, guys, maybe go on like 81 and be like, I'm going really late, but could you all like end your turns near me, please? That'd be swell. Then they could all get back the cards that they played that round, and then you just freaking go again, right? After the first use of the loss, you think it's embracing the bottom afterwards. Okay, let's look at the bottom. So 32 initiative as well. I think that does pair a bit better with this. Move 3, jump. Give 1 ally through. Move through with this action, 1 prayer ability card. Cool. Okay. No, that's actually really decent too. Consume the light to have to do it, but the fact we haven't had an unconditional prayer ability yet, right? And this is pretty unconditional. Like, it's very easy to just move through somebody. I would say. You still have to, I guess it is still conditional because you have to have the light. Yeah, giving the prayers out, it's not going to be as easy as I thought. Like, basically with the saw, it was like, give a med pack, give a med pack, give a med pack. With this one, it's like, you can give a prayer, but you need to achieve these things, which is going to make it a lot more of a more fulfilling character to play, I think, because the skill cap is higher, right? The ceiling on this character seems higher because you're going to need to think these things through and make sure you have what you need when you need it and that the people are in the right positions. So I feel like the ceiling for good play is higher than with the saw, right? The issue with saw is it was med packs were taking up a huge amount of the action economy. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So you're not doing that. What I'm saying is it would have been really, really easy, for example, to not have this on here, right? Like, it would have been super easy for this character to just be, nah, just let them do this, right? And that was just like free prayer every single time. And it's just little things like that, which, by the way, I think would make it very, very strong. But I felt like little things like adding like consume, or, oh, they have to be at half health, or, oh, you can only shield 1 rather than all to get the prayer. Little things like that, which is kind of like, they're making you work a bit harder for it. And I like that, because then I think you're going to feel more fulfilled by playing the character, right? You're not just going to be handed everything, right? Feels like there's going to be a really nice tempo of play with this character, and it will be interesting to play. To be honest, I mean, I'm going to try and not... I've tried not mentioning this character, but we'll talk about triangles. Triangles has similar tendencies, you know, where you kind of have to plan a few turns ahead. And this character probably has that too, right? I won't say anything bad about it. I won't say anything bad about it, all right? But there will be planning. I feel like this planning I like a bit more. I don't know. Move 3 jump is good by itself. Absolutely. Absolutely. Great card. Great card. Really, really like it. Prosperous Concord. Prosperous Concord. Attack to range 3. This is an X card. Create light. Good. We're doing that. Place your character token on the target of the attack. The next time an ally targets this enemy with an attack this round, they may add +2 attack to the attack, then discard this card. Ooh, baby. Now that's a lot of damage, chat. That is an MVP type card. That initiative, though. Yeah, the card's biggest weakness is the initiative. Yeah, for sure. 43 is, like, poopy for trying to get, like, a round effect. But, I mean, you have a couple of fairly okay early bottoms, right? Like, you can play this. Feels like that would play really nicely into that. If, obviously, you don't have to move. Or you play... 13, right? There's some things. This is a really, really good effect. Really strong.
Now that's a lot of damage.
That's a load of damage. It's a hell of a lot of damage. What happens if they don't want to? Can the next one use it? So what you're saying is that if it says the next time an ally targets this enemy this round, they may add +2 attack to the card, then discard this card. I guess no, I think you would lose it. It triggers the next time the enemy gets targeted. Then they get the option. Would you like the +2 or not? Then this would get discarded, right? I don't think it sits there until an ally targets it, like it chooses to use it. It will, the next time that is targeted by an ally for an attack this round, it's going to trigger. Like, the way to kind of read it is to kind of like use the commas, right? So the next time an ally targets this enemy with an attack this round, they may add +2 attack turn, comma, then discard this card. So they may get to add +2. They may choose not to, but you still have to discard this card, right? Like it is a bit weird. Like I said, like with these kinds of effects, I think there is a little bit of interpretation on it. Especially considering that it doesn't always seem to be consistent sometimes between one card and another. Again, it's this may clause, and I guess the reason why may is there is because, well, perhaps they have some kind of ability or some reason as to why they would not want to kill it, right? There may be something happening, like some other combination, or perhaps they get an ability or something that would trigger if the enemy doesn't die, or I don't know, some other game mechanic that if this was automatic could hinder, I guess, but it seems strange. Pacifist Battle Gull, that's a really good example. Yeah, that's a great example. So something like that, maybe. But yeah, it's a bit disingenuous because it's not like, oh, I just choose not to and it stays there. It's, yeah. The bottom is heal 3, range 1. If you affect an ally with this heal, you may deduct -2 heal to add strengthen. So it turns it into a heal 1, range 1, strengthen. Consume light to do not deduct the -2. Interesting, you can't self-strengthen with this. Can't self-strengthen. I mean, this is good. Strengthening an ally is obviously going to be very good. But again, 43 initiative is pretty rough. This card does not have a good initiative, does it, for both paths? Like, this initiative in general is just very problematic for this card. Was the disarm was a pretty early initiative though, right? Because we looked at that earlier anyway. That was the one that had the good initiative, right? Oh, 28. Maybe not so good, huh? Disarm 28, yeah. Disarm something on 28, then strengthen your ally. I mean, it's not bad. I feel like this is where I'm at, though. I really like this. I mean, I'm an aggressive player, so of course I'm going to gravitate towards this. Plus, this makes the element, which is, you know, going to be a big deal. So... this card is, as terms of X cards go, chat, this is auto-include for me. This card is an auto-include. Easy auto-include. Very strong. One of the stronger cards we've seen so far, I would say. Good top and good bottom. Just the only negative being this. We can work around that, though. Next one's a better for initiative. Ah, here we go then. So maybe we compare it with one of these. So 11 initiative, good. The next time an enemy is killed, perform heal to bless. Affect all allies adjacent to the hex in which the enemy was killed.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
That is a little bit spicy. The next time an enemy is killed, perform a heal to bless, affecting all allies adjacent to the hex in which the enemy is killed. Ooh, if you time this well. Imagine putting this on a wounded enemy who's got like 1 health. They're going to die to wound that turn. Hey, everybody. Pile on. So everyone runs around it. Nice. On occasion, it does nothing. But man, if you get 3 people, yeah. Heal 6, 3 blesses. It's very cool. 11 initiative is going to be playable regardless of the ability, to be honest. Like, that's kind of like the thing. So... like, I will use 11 initiative as just a move too, a lot of the time. Especially with characters who have large hand sizes where you can kind of carry cards like that. You don't have to worry about having, you know, every ability do something great. Sometimes you'd be like, I just need to go first, and I have a card that can do that. Yeah, the top is really quite cool. Makes your element as well. It makes the element just playing the card too, right? So free element play. The enemy doesn't have to die to make the light. You just need to play the card. So, that's good. If it's wounded, the enemy isn't actually killed, is it? Oh, you're right. An enemy is killed. Sorry, not next time an enemy has died. Just... oh, no, that isn't how it works. Just no player did kill it. So why does it... yeah, that's weird phrasing then. That's actually a really good way to pick up on it. It doesn't care who kills, but it specifically says... so why doesn't it say, like, the next time an enemy dies? Seems like... why is it specifically use the word killed? Just curious. Yeah, nobody gets credit for the kill. Exactly, that's a really good point. Like, the wording is very specific here. And I used that example because I thought it would be cool. But for flavor, maybe, but I'm not... I don't like flavor being used in a... you know, in a rules-based game, you know, ability. Flavor is for the player, flavor is for the player mats, you know? And the scenario book. Kill is thematic for the name. Soulful Salvation. So the monster was killed, but no player got credit. It's just the wording used in Gloomhaven. Okay. It's interesting, though. It's interesting that, you know, we picked that out, though, fairly quickly. I'd be interested to know if, you know, if that is a consistent wording across the game, why that's the case. Like, why not just die? Like, it feels like it's also, like, dies is 1 word, and is killed is 2 words and is longer. And if it is essentially meaning the same thing, it seems a bit superfluous, you know? Like, it just seems strange to me. Gloomhaven has some really weird wording when you dig deep enough into it. It's just, yeah, it's just one of those things where I think that, you know, you're using 2 words to say 1 word that would just basically cover up any rules gray area and not. And let's be clear here as well. This isn't the person who designed this card's fault. It's not, because they're keeping it consistent with the rest of the game. It's a silly Gloomhaven thing, not card design thing, right? This is actually consistent to what Gloomhaven uses its wording to make it work when you look at the rulebook. But it's like, bleh, you know? Okay, the bottom is on the next source of damage that would reduce a character ally to less than 1 hit point. The ally suffers no damage instead and either performs heal 5 self or recover one of their lost cards. Ooh. This is a bit worse than, like... I think this is, like, a bit worse than some of our other kind of similar abilities that we've seen, right? Second non-recoverable card so far. Yeah. It's just... On the next source of damage that would reduce a character ally to less than 1 hit point. That's a specific condition, right? So... I guess when you're level 1, maybe that you might get closer to that, might get to that point quite quickly. Performing a heal 5 self or recover one of your lost cards. I feel like that's like a bad choice for a player. I mean, you might naturally you're probably going to want to take the lost card, but because you're at 1 health at that point, you're going to have to heal them up anyway. Like, I don't know, it's those two choices. Like, do you take the heal 5 self or recover one of the lost cards? Well, the card is probably worth more than the 5 health. Probably. But I don't know. I just felt like it's a weird one. Sounds like a move too to you. Yeah, I think it might be. I think it might be. Not necessarily if you get hit for 4 while at 3. Yeah, it's true. There are, like, you could get ×2 drawn, right? You could actually be at a fairly decent health point and then you just get ×2'd out of nowhere. Yeah, of course. It just feels like, I don't know, it just feels maybe a bit too, like, conditional in a way. Because maybe they don't get the card back when it matters, you know? I don't know. And if you're at low health anyway, I don't know. I feel like I would struggle to figure out the best timing to play the bottom of this card. Like, it just feels like the timing is always going to be slightly awkward for me. And also 11 initiative, like, it's very hard to burn a card that's that kind of initiative. So, yeah, maybe it is just a move too. And then I think the top's cool, though. Oh, that's true. You don't commit to the actual character. That's true. It is any character ally, right? So it just stays out in front of you and it just happens when it happens. Yeah, maybe that makes it a bit easier then. I was sorry, for some reason I got convinced that it was one character then. That it was like you gave it to a character, but it's not. It's it stays in front of you and it's just any ally, basically. So it's a saving throw, right? It's a saving throw. Yeah, I mean, I still feel like it's a bit awkward. Like, I don't know. I just feel like it's just like I'm not gonna know when to play it. I'm just not gonna know when to play it. But I will be playing this card regardless because the 11 initiative and I think the top's pretty cool. And it'll be a move 2 on the bottom for me all day. No dramas. Unruly Repentance. Curse and Curse. Range 3. Interesting. Is that 2 different targets? Not that it really matters, but you know. Curse and Curse. Curse ×2. Why not Curse target 2? Maybe because they didn't fit on the card very well? It's 1 target. Yeah, I mean, not that it really matters. I guess maybe in some weird world where there's multiple monster modifiers or something. This is probably the best way to... I guess this is probably the best way to template double curse in the Gloomhaven rules, you know? I guess it's probably just the easiest way, right? The next time a normal or elite enemy draws a curse...
Now that's a lot of damage.
The enemy suffers 10 damage after the attack, then lose this card. Ooh. I like the way that it stipulates a normal or elite enemy, even though you can't curse. Like, if you're playing digital, it wouldn't matter, right? Because they have separate boss decks, but I don't know if that will be the case in Frosthaven too, but... Enemies, bosses generally don't get cursed. And if they have separate decks, that won't ever come up anyway. But I guess in Gloomhaven, they don't. They have combined, so... This is pretty good, right? But I guess the problem is this could draw on, like, something rubbish when you don't care, right? But then if it kills it, it kills it. That might be okay. That's a really hard one to judge. Because, obviously, if you were to draw it against some elite enemy and it was to do 10 and that would kill it or significantly speed up the time to kill it, that'd be quite cool. And probably worthy of a burn. Especially because we could maybe play it twice, right? 25 initiative, we could maybe play it twice. But it could also equally just be drawn by some 1 health living bones that's going to die next turn, you know? Yeah, guaranteed to happen when they have 1 health left. Yep, exactly. That's the lore of Gloomhaven, right? Yeah, this is... playing it twice kind of makes it a lot cooler, I think. Having the ability to play it twice. That's 4 curses and 2 opportunities to do 10 damage. Yeah, it might not do anything, but with 11 cards in your hands, you know, you can do it at a certain point. I'm sure it'll be all right. Nice free XP. Yeah, 2 XP too, right? 2 XP too. This character's going to level super quick. Really, really quick. Remove all negative conditions from one ally within range 3. The affected ally may then perform heal X self, where X is equal to the number of conditions removed by this action. Okay, that's pretty meh, I would say. I mean, sure, this could remove like poison and wound, and then they get a heal too, right? But it's probably only going to remove like 1 negative condition, and it's going to be like remove 1 negative condition and heal 1. I guess that might enable somebody, like in a certain scenario, if you get stunned or disarmed, like the way that I play against stun and disarm, which may not be possible going forward, is I just stun and disarm them. So then I can't be stunned and disarmed, right? But if we're not going to have that, and if enemies still have it, maybe stuff like this becomes more useful? I don't know. Can remove the poison and still get a small heal. Yeah. But like heal 1 is not like something that I would be excited to play. Like, I don't think it's super good. This is really a really interesting card. I think like it feels like it's fun and it feels playable, and I don't know. I feel like you could play this. This is a good example of a card that if you were the first time you were playing this character, right? And you were like, hyper focused on this. You're like, oh man, that's so cool. I can play it twice. I'm all in, baby. And then the first scenario that you play, it happens for you. You do like 10 damage to an enemy and it dies because it was on like 8 or 9 health, and it dies, and then you do it again and the same thing happens again. So you have 2 really good lucky draws with it. Goes really, really well. I feel like you'll probably end up playing with this card for like way longer than you should, because you'll base it off of that one really good experience that you had. But ultimately, if you were to maybe boil it down over like, you know, 20 scenarios, how good did it perform? It'd probably end up being somewhere in the middle, you know? Like, I don't know. It's like I can see people saying that this is their favorite card, and I can see people saying like, why would you ever play this? You know? Okay, on to level 2s. Nice. Divine Allegiance. Attack 4, range 3. Targeted enemies suffer 1 damage. Gain 1 XP for each enemy targeted. Ooh. We Spell Weaver now. We Spell Weaver now. Attack 4, range 3. And they all take an extra damage as well through shield. Oof. So this is really an attack. Well, it's better than an attack 5, right? I don't know. How do you work that math out? I don't know. But it's... I mean, it's as good as. But the fact that they're going to take 1 damage anyway, if you miss, it's still going to do something. Yeah, 1 damage no matter what, exactly. It's exactly as good as an attack. Is it not slightly better? Because it's guaranteed 1 damage? So like 5.1 or something? I don't know. Like you get decimal points here. Worse with crit, but better with miss. Yeah, I suppose so. That's fair. Yeah, if you had strengthen, you might actually be more inclined to take... Well, you would be more inclined to take the attack 5 because you want to try and hit one of them times 2s. Yeah, it's very consistent, isn't it? It's good. Play it twice. Yeah, you could play this one twice, but your initiative would kind of suck for that because you'd be playing 63 because the other card is the 80. It's like 80 something. So it would kind of suck. And this pattern is the most prevalent pattern in the game. It happens all the time. Like, it's not a hard pattern to hit. It really isn't. But if you were to go like on 63, is there a chance that maybe that pattern has sort of like split a little bit for whatever reason? You know, enemies have had a chance to take a turn. You know, maybe they've moved a little bit. Like the initiative is, it's like, it's a little bit funky for the double play, right? It's not a bad turn to gamble on by going late and hope you can hit. I suppose you could always flip the cards, right? Too. I mean, the bottom of this card, move 3, bless, affect 1 adjacent ally, is reasonable. Nothing to write home about, but it's very reasonable. Bam, ba, ba, bam, ba, ba, bam. But you can't play the card the turn you recover it anyway. Yeah, that's true. You can't play it. Well, you could if you had a Ring of Brutality, but yeah. But if you're looking for like opportunities, like I feel like I guess Nit said earlier, like it's good. It's kind of good almost to pair the double burn play card. You know, pair it with something powerful like this, but once you've burned it once, then maybe start using it for the other half of the card that's non-burn, right? So you're kind of looking for a card that's got multiple useful halves, and this card has that. So that makes it quite a good target for that card, because in theory you could do this, have a really nice attack, do some good damage, get some XP, create your element, you get it back, and then you can just start playing it for this, for a large portion of the scenario, right? In theory, what it does is it allows you to very early on be aggressive and maybe do this, and then you're going to get it back because you're really only burning 1 card. And with 11 card hand, you know, you're burning 1. You're burning like, well, not this card. I can't remember what it is, but it's back here. You're burning that 1 card, getting this one back. But you do also get to recover cards from your discard, so maybe it's not it's not a turn 1 play for sure, but we'll see. You can't pair it with double curse because it's a persistent. Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, that's a really good point. You couldn't do this twice. That is a good point. I didn't think about that. Yeah, this card's significantly... Well, then now I'm not so high on it. I thought it was at least fun to play it twice. In theory, you could curse twice, then you could discard it, right? And then recover it, and then do it again. But you'd only get one trigger of this, right? Yeah, you could do the curse portion twice, but yeah, that's not worth it. Okay, well, this is a pretty solid level 2, right? Pretty solid. Weakened Will. Attack 2, range 3, muddle. Strengthen. Affect 1 ally adjacent to the target of the attack. 17 initiative. Got you piquing my interest. You know me and my early initiatives, chat. Move 1. All attacks targeting allies gain disadvantage this round. Hey, not bad. It's universal too. There's no range to it. It just happens. Move 1 is obviously a bit underwhelming, but you don't always need to move the full amount of movement. And in terms of like having some kind of low initiative go early effect, it's not bad. You know, if I'm primarily just trying to go early in the round, I could probably get away with this, and it would actually give good benefit from my bottom action to the team for the round, potentially, right? Mini Dirge, yeah. I think it's pretty useful. I like it. Good initiative. Might not always need to move 2. Could always use boots to extend it. Although, I mean, I was initially thinking that we needed initiative boots, but now possibly if we start taking these earlier cards, we can get away with like just, you know, boosted striding or something. So the top was attack 2, range 3, muddle, strength and affect 1 eye adjacent to the target of the attack. That's also like fine. You know, strengthening an ally up is nice, especially as we're going to be blessing them a lot as well. So there's going to be some good opportunities for them to draw blesses. This is an interesting choice, right? Almost as if this is what you want with this. Feels bad. I mean, whenever I'm in a tied situation like this, which this feels quite tied to me, I take the earlier initiative. So I'll probably end up taking Weakened Will, but this tempts me a lot. Tempts me a lot, actually. I guess it's very close between those two cards for sure. Okay. Encouraged Conviction. Heal 2. Affect 1 ally within range 3. The affected ally gains Shield 1, Retaliate 1. Consume Earth for range 3. Ooh, that turns it into ranged Retaliate. That makes it a lot better. A lot better.
Nice.
14 initiative as well. I guess this is just an evolution of some of our other supporty type cards that we've had. So if you're going more of a, you know, more of a all-in kind of support character, I mean, this is like everything. This has got a bit of everything. It's got heal, it's got shield, it's got retaliate, it's got everything. It's got the 3 things you kind of want to do, right? Mr. Tank, healed, shield, punching. Yeah. This is, I think, the perfect card to play onto a tank. Really. I would be a little bit concerned about being a bit do-nothing, but it does really free up your tank to then play damage cards. Like, if you can give your tank that shield, that heal, that retaliate themselves, they don't have to worry about playing cards that do it. So they can then maybe take more damage-focused cards. So what you kind of bring to the party is that ability for the other character to maybe bring a few different cards than they might normally need to bring if they wanted to focus on that way of playing. So it's a very all-in support card. I generally don't like all-in support cards unless I'm playing solo, like multiplayer. If I'm playing multiplayer, I actually prefer these types of things because I get a little bit more into my character and my character's role. But when I'm playing solo, I tend to just kind of like, because I'm kind of playing everybody, I don't know why, but I tend to identify a little bit less with a play style, if you like. Sometimes I just kind of I know that damage is good. I need to kill things quickly. So I just kind of tend to side with damage across most of my characters. And I shy away from having a dedicated support. Unless it's somebody who's ridiculously good at it, like Soothsinger. So like for me, like this would be maybe a bit of a hard sell. Unless I was playing multiplayer, in which case I think I would like, if I was embracing that way of playing, I think this is very good. I think this is a top tier card for that way of playing, right? The bottom is one ally within range 3 with a prayer ability card in their hand may immediately play the top or bottom. Okay. All right. Well, maybe we are playing this. If they do, gain 1 XP. Consume light. If they play the bottom action, give the ally 1 prayer. Oh. Ooh, okay. Yeah, this is good. So this takes away from the, the other problem, which is that, well, playing the cards can sometimes be annoying because you don't have the time to play them. Well, hey, I'll give you the time to play it. And if they actually play the bottom action, you can give them another one. This could be like the engine, right? This feels very much like it's going to turn the wheels of the engine, right? Just bam. Get to play it. Awesome. They start getting value from it. Start generating elements for you. Hopefully, I think you really want to consume the light here because that's really a huge payoff. I think it's still pretty good. Without that, like just giving them free play, I think you're probably okay to do that. That's fine. But that consuming light is actually really good. Because then it's just like, yeah, play one, have another one. This card's this is a real powerhouse, like, supporty card. And, like, if you're playing prayers and you really want to get the prayers going, this is really good for that. You think I'll think the level 5s are even spicier than rumors? Well, we're getting close. Level 3. I really like this. 14 initiative 2. Again, like another early initiative. So I don't think I would be that. As I said, this kind of effect I'm not so high on, but that's mainly just because like when I play solo, I tend to focus on killing enemies than I do necessarily on defensive abilities. But when I'm playing multiplayer and I'm just playing one character, I don't mind playing the support character and I'm getting into that role. This is one of the best cards for that role. So I think like it's a strong card. It's just maybe not my personal preference, but this I think might actually just make it just the pick because it's really good at getting that engine going. Vital Bond, attack 2, range 4, target 2. If you targeted 2 enemies with the attack, you may swap the positions of both targets. If you do, gain 1 XP and both targets gain muddle. Interesting. Range 4, okay. So there is like some decent range to it. And we could potentially enhance it. Range 5 if we wanted to. So this would be really good at swapping something like, an archer from the back of the room to the front of the room. Or, swapping out some really annoying melee enemy, like behind some traps or something, that an artillery is behind some traps or something. So there are definitely a lot of enemies that don't move, that always are, placed at the backs of rooms to cause you issues. Moving enemies has always been pretty strong. Beast Tyrant's always had a good time doing that. And it's always been kind of useful and really affects the board in interesting ways. So I can see this being really good. But the range 4 does mean that it's not just like any enemies anywhere. Like there might be some instances when you can't quite get exactly what you want. But I felt like range 4 is going to do it most of the time. Big range target 2 muddle is good. I feel like, yeah, but you have to swap them to get the muddle, right? You need to swap them to get the XP in the muddle. So you're kind of incentivized to do the swap. Kind of incentivized to do the swap. And I to be honest, I think you probably will do the swap. One ally within range 2 may recover one of their lost cards and up to 2 of their discarded cards. Again, That is fueling people up. Creates Earth, 1 XP. This is another non-recoverable burn. Another one. Another non-recoverable loss. Yeah, Kira. There's so many. Wow. I could turn this series into a podcast. I could have episodes for ages. That's true. I could. I mean, I'll probably end up just putting these up on YouTube eventually. All card recovery losses are non-recoverable by default. I mean, otherwise they'd be abusable. That's the reason why, right? They're just, they would be... There's too many things that can abuse it if they weren't. This is a tough choice at 3, huh, chat? I feel like this is quite a unique effect. So having this, like, in your arsenal is quite cool. Because this is going to straight up just, like, trivialize an enemy at some point, because you have this annoying enemy that you can't get to, and you're just like, swap. You know, there's going to be, you can, if you play this in a really good way and it's smartly, you can, this does work, like in many ways. The bottom is also just a nice way to get back your most powerful card from one of your allies, like a flurry of axes, an unstable upheaval, whatever it is that you want to get, some big attack, you can just get it back. And the fact that they get 2 of their discarded cards back as well is also really nice. So it's a very... That's also a very good effect. Swap an archer with a guard. Yeah, exactly. And it's like most scenarios will give you a mix of different enemy types, right? The cards are all balanced to each other. So far, level 2 and 3 are hard choices. I agree. I think that they're very... This is... Both choices have been hard. I don't really see a clear winner, which is good design. You know, I feel like both of them are interesting. So I guess the decision here is going to be, are you going for a prayer build, or are you going more for a, I guess, like a card recovery kind of, I guess, messing with the enemies style build? I guess maybe that'll come up a little bit more, but this feels like if you really want to go with the prayers, I feel like this is such an enabler for that you probably need it. Whereas this is maybe like a bit more generally interesting. It's really hard. You know you've hit a good balance when a 14 versus 48 isn't an easy choice. Yeah, like I said before, generally when I'm stuck between 2, I usually go for the lower initiative. But I feel like at this juncture, like, we've probably got enough. Like, I felt like here, this was maybe just good enough to tip this for me. But these ones are very, very close. And I don't know if I really need... sorry, this one and this one were those 2, right? I don't know if I really need another 14 initiative. I can't pick. Maybe if I was interested in playing with prayers, which does sound like maybe the more interesting way of playing right now because it's different, I'd maybe pick this one. Beacon of Hope. Heal 3, range 3. Attack 2. Or create light, easy as well. Affect 1 enemy adjacent to the figure. So this is the same as the other one we had before, right? But we had it on the bottom before. So, that was an attack and a shield. So this is a heal and an attack. So in theory, we could do both together. That would be kind of interesting in a turn. We seem to create elements like fairly freely with this character. It's not like they've been stingy and only given us 1 or 2 cards that make elements. We actually have like a decent array of element making cards, which is quite good. Nice, reliable light source. Yeah, for sure. This is like what's it called? Is it called like Burning Light or something? The Sunkeeper has like a heal 3, range 3, create light. And I usually just play that just because of the light generation, to be honest. That's one of the big reasons why I play it at level 1. And this actually is a lot better than that. It's definitely a 2-element class. It's not swimming in them quite yet, mind you. Well, I guess we'll look at the perks. I'm assuming that the perks might have something good going on. Also, these kind of gifted attacks like this. Oh, it's not even gifted. It's actually us doing the attack, which is kind of different, actually. That's kind of different. Because usually this kind of thing would be the ally doing the attack, I guess. But it's us doing the attack, which is quite cool. So that's going to come down to what our perks are, right? I was just about to say that, like, we bless our allies a lot in this. So, you know, there's a chance for them to get this. But actually, it's us doing this attack, so... 82 initiative, not good for healing and attacking generally, but okay. Bless and bless, so double bless, range 3. So this is the other side of the curse card. The next time an ally draws a bless, the ally may perform heal 6 self, then lose this card. Ooh, no. Now you're getting into like a really complicated, like how do you value curse versus bless, right? I mean, I would say that bless is probably, well, bless would be more useful because in theory you can strengthen and therefore you can kind of, and you can go early and you can kill an enemy. So like a dead enemy can't attack you back, right? So in theory, bless is always going to be better than curse. From a perspective of like improving your team, right? But the heal 6 is really not that good. It's really not that good. Curse wins. Yeah, but the problem with curse is that, I mean, they both have the same problem, right? If you draw a bless on a low value attack, it's bad. If you draw a curse, they draw a curse on a low value attack, you feel like, oh, you know, great, it negated 1 damage or something, right? So they both sort of play around with that RNG element of you draw it on the right time, at the right time on the right attack, it feels amazing. But you know, that doesn't happen maybe as often as you'd hope. Damage is better than heal. Yeah, I completely agree with that, Snapcaster. I think that's the difference, is that 10 damage, like if an enemy was sat on like 2 or 3 health, right? And it drew the curse and it took the 10 damage and killed it. Yeah, you'd feel like, oh no, you know, I didn't get the full value of the 10 damage, but it's a dead enemy at the end of the day. It's another enemy that you don't have to waste an ability on at some point later on down the line to kill, or a target on an attack to kill, right? You can focus on something else instead. It's dead. You don't have to worry about it anymore. And this isn't that. It's like you get a heal 6. The heal 6 might come in at a nice time, might come in at a time when you don't need it. You know, what happens if you give this to a person and they're on full health and then they draw the bless on the next turn? It's like, it just doesn't do anything. You basically just burned a card for double bless, which is awful value. So I really don't think, maybe neither of them are particularly playable. This one, I guess, because you can't even, there's no way to play this twice. Yeah, I don't think it's playable. The top is good though. The top is very usable. So maybe that's enough to carry it, right? Maybe it's an end of the game kind of thing. Last room, just burn this card, 1 XP, give him a couple of blesses. Hey, there you go, you know? But it's you May. Yeah, but it's this stupid May thing again, right? It's the next time they draw a bless, this triggers, right? Then they may perform a heal 6, or they may decline it. If they accept it or decline it, you still lose this card, right? It still triggers on the bless being drawn, but they have the option to accept or decline the heal 6, because they might have the battle goal that says for you to be at low health. They might be poisoned. Well, I mean, I just probably still accept it. But you know what I mean? There might be some other... you might be playing the lightning bolt and you don't want your health to go up. There are things that might be in play, right? So it's... again, I'm with you. I don't really like the wording, but unfortunately it's like how the game is templated, right? Like, it's Anyway, so I feel like this is probably pretty... I think this is actually pretty bad. But because it's just a end of the game style burn, maybe that's fine, you know? Maybe that's fine. And this would certainly get played throughout the scenario, so... Let's have a look at the other level 4, because there might be a clear choice here. Because I say, I'm not completely sold on this card, so hopefully we have something else that will steer us a little bit more. We also have some really good cards to go back if we wanted to, so, you know. Attack 3, range 3, pierce 3. I'm in. Sold. Place your character token on the target of the attack. The target cannot retaliate this round. Okay. Flame Demons. Oh, no. The Flame Demon killing card, chat. Oh my god. Oh, Flame Demons hate this card. It feels like a BuzzFeed title or something. Flame Demons hate this card. Do you know this one trick against Flame Demons, you know? This is really, really good against Flame Demons. This is like, did the person who designed this character just hate Flame Demons? Like, that's it. I'm just putting a card in. I absolutely hate Flame Demons. Like, how do I put the perfect card that counters that in there? I'm designing a class. I'm putting it in. Priest is good against demons. That's true. That's thematic. But there are, I mean, oh, I guess Frost Demons have Retaliate too. I don't think Earth Demons ever do. Golems, really good against Golems too. Flame Demons, Golems. Yeah, Frost Demons. I guess Deep Terrors? Do they have... No, but I think they didn't have Retaliate. I don't know. It also pierces through demons. Yeah, that's true. Also, Wind Demons have high shield. Earth Demons generally have a bit of shield. It does do a lot of work. Yeah, Deep Terrors do. Yeah. You still get to retaliate for the attack if it did not die, right? Yeah. I mean, like, it's just... So basically you attack it, and then I guess if it didn't die, then you would put your token on, right? It is a weird initiative, though, 30, right? You'd really like to see this a bit earlier. You'd have to probably pair this with something. Well, maybe not necessarily, because actually those guys with, like... I mean, well, Flame Demons can go super early. They can go on, like, 8. But I guess the thing is that the Retaliate needs to go before your allies, which is, like, so you'd have to coordinate. You'd be like, guys, you really should go a bit later this round than maybe you normally do. Mr. Scoundrel, please. You know? Guards? Yeah, guards can get Retaliate too. But actually, they have it in 8, actually, thinking about it. Elite guards have it in 8, right? And even standard guards, maybe. High level. Yeah, this is super good. I mean, as far as these two cards are concerned, this I'm very interested in because I feel like it just does something very unique and cool, right? Compared to, like, this card is very interesting, but I think this has a bad bottom. But let's go to the bottom and see what it does. Move 3, retaliate 1, range 2, effect 1 addition. That's pretty meh. That's pretty bad. Like, that's... For a level 4 card, that's very... I'd say that's underwhelming. It's a move 3, sure. But I feel like this is generally pretty poor. I would say. So that they're both similar in that respect. They both have... I get the... Which one's better? I don't see myself ever playing... Oh, I don't know. Do I ever see myself using this bottom? I mean, maybe. But then, you know, this could just be a move 2, right? 30 initiative, 82. I don't know. I'm all on board the screw Flame Demon train, so I think this Rooted Subjugation could be the one. I mean, this just seems like in some certain scenarios it's gonna be like MVP card, right? And more scenarios than you'd probably think as well. Yeah, I think that's a fairly clear choice for me. I think this is a fairly clear choice between those two. But, like, not to hate on this effect. I think this effect's actually very good. But this bottom is not. Okay. Here we go. Level 5 time. All right, you guys have been going on about it in the chat the whole time. All right. Level 5. Devout Assistance. At the start of each of your turns, you may perform one of the following abilities. So we can consume Earth to shield 1, affecting 1 ally within range 3. We can consume Light to heal 3, affect 1 ally within range 3. 2 XP. This is permanent. So this is a permanent card. Stays out. So we can only do one of these, right? So we can either shield somebody or we can heal somebody. Now, you do have to consume the elements, which is a bit rough because, I mean, presumably we also want to consume the elements to use our cards. So it's kind of like I don't know. It feels like sometimes we've got better consumption opportunities, maybe. I mean, I like the idea, but I'm also like, well, I mean, do we not have like cards that we want to consume the earth and the light on, right? The card lets you choose between more generation or more consumption. Yeah, it's just like I like the top of this. I don't know. It's hard to say. Like if we were to have loads of it, then it's great. But then I feel like we're maybe giving up. Like this is definitely a card that if I was playing this character, I kind of would have hoped to have looked at all of the cards before I started playing it, because this very much feels like this is like a cornerstone of a build type card, right? Like you have to be building towards this in the knowledge that I'm going to try and create these elements a lot, and I'm not going to take too many like consumption style cards. I mean, I don't think we had too many though. I guess we had this, right? Which just kind of feels like quite good. Okay, let's go to the bottom. The top I think is like interesting, but I don't know. I don't think I like the idea of not being able to use the abilities on my cards, but maybe there's actually more to do than I think. I don't know. So the bottom is move 5. If you end this movement adjacent to at least one enemy, you can generate earth. Ooh. If you end this enemy adjacent to at least one ally, generate light. Okay. See, now I like this. I like the theme of this. There's a bit of a risk there, you know? A little bit of a risk there. Do you move towards the enemy? Maybe get the focus. But you get to get that sweet element. Nice. Very nice. And it's move 5 anyway. Like, who's not playing a move 5? I mean, move 5's great. It's a free heal without needing to spend an action if light is up. Yeah, I get that on the top of that, but what if you want to use the light for something else cool? The thing is that you earn 2 XP by having this card out, and then like probably like, you know, you consume elements to like get future XP. So does it also like hamper your growth a little bit? I don't know. You can even slap jump on it. I mean, it is I mean, I suppose we have some decent loot. We have some good loots.
Hello.
Hey, Oak Pope. Thank you so much for the resub. 10 months in a row. I really appreciate it, buddy. Good to have you here. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. The quest continues, my friend. Onwards and upwards. I really appreciate it. Thanks, bud. You really like this card? I think I'll be honest, I'm not convinced about the top, because like this kind of thing, I don't know. I like making the element, then choosing the card to consume the element the next turn, you know? But if we have them like really readily available all the time, then maybe not. And it's not something that we need to do every turn, I suppose. But it just feels, I don't know, it feels maybe a little bit, maybe it's okay to just do this for a while and then maybe switch into this. But I mean, I'm always going to play a move 5, and especially a move 5 that actually generates elements. Like, that's easy play. Like, so let's see what the other 5 is. Spiritual gains. Whenever you perform an action on an ability card that triggers the lost icon, place one of your character tokens on this card. Each time you perform a long rest, you may remove the token from this card.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
A little bit spicy. If you do not lose a card during the rest. Okay, what? Oh, walk that one back. Whenever you perform an action on an ability card that triggers the lost icon. Okay. Right, so you play a lost ability. Got it. Place one of your character tokens on this card, so on spiritual gains. Each time you perform a long rest, you will remove the token from this card. If you do not lose a card during the rest.
Now that's a lot of damage.
What? What the hell? Holy cow. So we play a lost card, right? We lose it. Kind of sucks, but it's gone, right? Let's just say it's gone. We get to place a token on here. This is also a burn, by the way. So we have to burn this card. So we start with 11 cards. We go down to 10, right? We play this very early on, let's say. We go down to 10. Next time we play a burn card, that's going to go into our lost pile. But then we're going to get a token on here, which means that when we long rest, we don't actually have to lose a card, but we lose a token instead. So this is really similar to Chimeric Formula, but it's like different. But it's kind of trying to achieve a very similar thing, which is to filter your cards, right? We're trying to filter. Free burn per long rest. Yes, basically. So we're now we can look again. We can start looking at the burn cards in another light again. You know, me saying, well, that burn card's underwhelming. Well, yes, underwhelming. But if we could just basically get it for free almost. I mean, that's something, right? I mean, it's not technically for free because we have to invest this card into it. You know, there is some level of investment here. But it does, again, make you start to look at some of the burn card. And this is definitely a build around me card. Man, if you need to have known about this card because that could have completely changed. Like, I mean, if I knew I was taking this card, I'm taking Divine Allegiance, like, not even close. Like, you might even consider playing Unruly Repentance. I don't know, like, it really does change the way that you're playing, right? It really does. You look at the cards in a completely different way. Banking up free stamp pots, yeah. This is a really, really well-designed card, though. Really well-designed. Because it's just like... It opens up so many possibilities. And just like thoughts of like, well, now I can do this, but now I can do that. Like, now you're not getting punished for burning a card, potentially. That's really, really interesting. I'd love to play with this card. It's just like got my brain like ticking, you know? Just going over, just thinking, oh wow, I can do this, I can do that. Gives you so much like freedom, but not breaking the game, right? It's powerful, no doubt. But because it's just limited within the character, it's not like you can get I don't know, like an item to break with this, right? It's very much sort of set within the limits of the character. And because they're designing the character with this kind of stuff in mind, and it just, I mean, maybe there'll be something like at level 9 that will completely break this. I don't know. But like at this point in time, it feels really powerful and fun, but it's not gonna like do anything stupid, but it will give you so much variety and it'll be a lot of fun to play with. It doesn't work with all your burns, unfortunately. You have to pull in the action that triggers the loss. Oh, what do you mean? Ones that are like persistence? Is that what you mean? Is this a level 9 card? It kind of feels like a level 9 card, doesn't it? It definitely has that vibe to it. Move 5 on the bottom. The next time you end your turn with 2 or fewer cards in your hand, recover all your discarded cards, refresh all your spent items, and perform heal 5 invisible self. What? Both halves of this card are just nuts. The next time you end your turn with 2 or fewer cards in your hand, recover. So basically, just fill back up again. So it's like you get to do a free rest. It's a free rest that doesn't take a turn. That's crazy. And you go invisible? Dude. This feels like a level 9? Yeah, it does. Again, it's not like it's not stupidly powerful because it's basically just giving you a free rest. But that's buying you a whole turn. That's a whole turn that it's buying you there. And you don't have to burn the card, right? You're not burning any cards. So it's like you're getting... So if you got 11 cards, right, when you start off. That extends your stamina by a good amount. Well, actually, maybe not, because you start with the odd size cards. But still, it's still really good. You are burning this card, mind you? Yeah, you are, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't actually extend because you burn it. Yeah, that's true. You burn it, yeah. It's... This card's crazy. I love it. I'm all in. I like this card a lot more than the other level 5. Let's say that. Maybe it's just because of like the... I don't know. The kind of... the gears are moving on this one. And it feels like there's a lot of like... Like, it feels like this would be a fun card to take, not knowing what's ahead, but now having it in your arsenal kind of, like, I want to start playing around Spiritual Gains a lot, and it just feels like it's got that kind of Magic the Gathering vibe to it, you know? Where you're kind of building, like, a combo deck. That kind of feel. And I like it. This I see, I mean, I feel like undoubtedly you can get some really good value from the top of here. And the bottom of this is just a very strong action. Full stop. Right? It's a reusable, very strong move and good action. But this is just like... Just crazy. Blows your mind. Yeah, all the spicy level 5s. Definitely. It's impressive that they put 2 cards like this. That's impressive. Like 2... very interesting cards that are like cornerstones of builds. Level 5 too, which is probably about the right time for them as well. Probably is about the right time for that kind of thing. You don't want it too late because people are kind of already... Maybe they're already thinking about retiring, but you don't want it too... Maybe you don't want it too early because then they have to be a bit weaker because you're kind of like... Well, you can't give people like that much power. Like if you were to give... I don't know, this ability wouldn't have been very good at level 1, right? Because you probably don't have enough cards that are powerful burns at level 1, I would assume, I would think. And this would be way too good to give to somebody at level 1. So, you know, level 5 feels like the right place for it to give you enough time to play with it, right? Level 5 is the goalpost level, so you'll see more and more classes. Yeah, like Jaws of the Lion, true. Yeah, right, Phantom? Yeah, Jaws of the Lion kind of set that precedent, didn't it? And I'm happy for that. If that becomes the new design philosophy, I'm pretty happy about that. Chains of Light. Pull 2. Range 3, target 2. Attack 3. Target all adjacent enemies. Consume light to add stun for one of the attacks. It's got the word stun written on it, chat. Pull 2. Range 3, target 2. Attack 3, all adjacents. And then add stun. You know me.
No,
That's a lot of damage. So potentially a lot of damage. You know me, I like my AoE attacks. This character doesn't feel like the kind of one that wants to do too much of this, though.
Spicy.
This is interesting because it's like, generally speaking, I love a card like this on maybe any other character. I don't know, like it's weird, right? I mean, like you give this to me on the Ruin more, like I'm all over it. Probably even if you gave it to me on like the Bright Spark, I'd probably take it. But this character is like, it doesn't really play super nice with our other kind of combos, right? It's very powerful and it's reusable as well. So maybe that's just enough. It's very interesting. Pull an AoE looks like a brute. Yeah, kind of is a bit like a brute-like thing. Well, pull, like, again, like it's nice to have a bit of push and pull in your party in general. You know, traps are very, very powerful. And, you know, abusing traps is super, super good. So I like characters that have just a little bit. Like, I don't think you need loads. I feel like sometimes the brute might be a bit overkill, right? There's only so many traps in a scenario, brute. You know, chill out. Where are you pushing all these enemies to? But like having one card or maybe two cards that do it, that you can get into a right position when the enemy's right and you play it at the right time, feels really good. But it just feels a little bit counter to like what we've been doing. But then having said that, there have been some very good attack cards that have come up, you know, that potentially we're using. So, you know, it's not like attacking is completely against the nature of the character, but it's just, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's undoubtedly very good, and it's got stun written on it. So, and even though you have to consume light to add stun, and it's to only one of the enemies, right? I still feel like that's good. 31 initiative is probably a little bit on the slow side for, you know, stun, but I mean, it's probably pretty usable. Move 3, push 3, target one adjacent enemy. If the enemy ends this movement in a hex adjacent to an ally, the enemy gains immobilize. Interesting. So this is good amount of push. I actually feel like I said before, I love just having a bit of push and pull. I actually could maybe consider this to be probably pretty irrelevant. You might find a nice situation to use this and then your ally walks away, or maybe you push like an archer so they're, you know, going to be disadvantaged or something. Like I can see that being some use of the immobilize, but probably you're just going to use this to move and push something into a trap, right? Push has the wrong icon. Oh, you're right. Someone needs to turn this round. Push. Unless it's supposed to say pull. One of these things is wrong. One of these things is wrong. Presumably, it's got to be push, not pull. It wouldn't make any sense to move 3, pull 3. That doesn't template very well. There's no range. QA fail. I think they just need to mirror it, right? Flip it. It's fine. It's fine. So yeah, I think like this card is just like good, like, and it's got utility stuff on it that I like to have. So this is one of those kind of cards, like for example, Fearsome Blade. I mean, I guess I like push and pull a little bit more on low level cards because you then can take them with relatively low risk. Obviously, once we get to like level 6, taking a card just because it has push or pull on it at level 6 probably feels a little bit bad. You know, I'd rather be taking maybe a different card that's, you know, more fun or more powerful or something. So having like low level push might be a bit more preferable. You can't pull adjacents. No. I mean, you could attempt to, but they wouldn't move anywhere. I guess you could target them. Unstoppable Force. The next 3 times an enemy deals damage to an adjacent ally, it suffers an equal amount of damage. Ooh. This is like Retaliate X. Ooh. Where X is the amount of damage taken, right? But it's unlimited range. So if an archer was to like get ya with a big horrible attack, it would take the damage back. So it's like unlimited range. It's unlimited range Retaliate X, where X is the value of the damage that you took, right? I mean, this is the best version of Retaliate you're ever going to see, right? An enemy does, yeah, to an adjacent ally, right? As long as you're next, yeah. You have to be next to the ally, right? Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, this is in front of you, not... This is an active that you have in front of you, not your ally having it in front of them, right? Yeah, so the next 3 times an enemy deals damage to an adjacent ally, right? So you have this card in front of you in your active area. When some damage is done to an ally that is adjacent to you, the enemy doesn't have to be adjacent to you. The ally has to be adjacent to you. And it has to suffer damage, then it will do the equal amount of damage, right? I think this is like the best Retaliate you're ever going to see, really. Except for the fact that you don't have to... You know, the adjacency thing does mean that you have to kind of follow your buddy around a little bit. But, you know, you kind of want to do that. You have a lot of other cards that care about being next to allies, right? Like moves and stuff like that. Like, you have things that care about that stuff. So, you're probably going to be sticking fairly close to your buddies anyway. I like it. Again, though, it could be really underwhelming. It's swingy, because it could be... It's when they suffer damage. So, for example, if you do it to a tank and they actually have like a bunch of shield already, so they've got like armor, perhaps they've got some other cards they've got in front of them. So let's say they've got shield 2 or 3, an enemy might attack them for 4, then the shields would block out, let's say 2 of it. So then they would take 2 damage, so it would only reflect 2 back, right? Because it's the amount of damage they take gets reflected back. So there's certain situations where it's actually just be probably a bit of a swing and a miss. So maybe a bit of a swingy effect, right? Sorry, yeah, to be clear, yeah, you're right, Red Bull. Your ally reflects the damage, not you. Sorry, yeah, to be clear. Top of the card could trigger all in one round. Yes, which is not the end of the world if it's good value, right? But I mean, it plays again into this, right? Into spiritual gains. Plays a little bit into this. You know, once this disappears, you're going to get a charge on spiritual gains. It's interesting, but very luck dependent, right? 21 initiative. That's decent for this kind of thing. Attack 2, range 4, add wound if the target is adjacent to an ally. Shield 2, affect 1 ally adjacent to the target of the attack if we consume earth. That's good. That's just solid, right? 21 initiative 2. That's very solid. Okay. We got 2 interesting level 6s here. Pretty similar in terms of initiative. Obviously, like, not as crazy as these, but, you know, it can't escalate forever, right? These are obviously the kind of the big power spike, if you like, or kind of combo piece type thing. And then now we kind of flatten off a little bit into like more kind of regular stuff. I think this is probably the no, this is probably the best action out of all of them. But this is pretty nice. Out of all 4, this is probably the best action. And this is a close second because it's on the bottom, so it's usable. Much more usable, right? Hey, Drug Dwarf. How's it going? You just arrived and you have no idea what's going on. Can you get a quick summary? Yeah, we are looking at the Hierophant, which is a custom class made for Crimson Scales, which is a Gloomhaven community-made project. If you go to crimsonscales.com, I think it is, it's a physical game that they have made based in the Gloomhaven universe, using the Gloomhaven rules, has all been given the kind of the blessing of Isaac, the designer of Gloomhaven, for them to do it. It's free for you to download the files and print yourself or play on Tabletop Simulator. But it's basically a load of custom classes, a custom campaign, custom enemies, custom items. And yeah, it's basically the culmination of a lot of the kind of Gloomhaven community coming together to make something quite unique. It's basically the biggest kind of fan-made project for a board game that I think I've ever seen. But it's awesome. And to be clear as well, the quality is really good. Like, they've spent a lot of time on it. You can tell. Sometimes it feels like card choices comes down to which you need for consuming earth, creating earth, consuming light, or creating light. Yeah, that's fair. Like, are you going to pick the other card because it's a light versus... Like, do you feel like you have earth just kicking around and you'd actually benefit from having a card that consumes earth a bit more? Or, you know, is this being used by something else for you? Is this being used for something else for you? To be honest, I'll probably end up taking Chains of Light because this card plays to my sensibilities anyway as a player, and I like just having push as an ability, like, that I can use at some point. It will be useful. So it's really hard to pass this bottom up though, because this bottom's good, but I feel like the difference is that this has two very usable halves. Whereas this, I think this is maybe a little bit of a trap sometimes, and maybe won't perform as well as you'd hope. Whereas this is good, but yeah. So I guess this would be the kind of safer, better pick probably for me. You might consider what the other 5? Do you mean? Oh, you mean like if you took the level 4? I guess the other option would be you could you go back and take Devout Assistance? It'd be kind of interesting to have both of these 2 cards. Might be a bit greedy. Might be a bit greedy. If you're doing buff your tank strategy, Unstoppable Force is great. Yeah, I mean, the bottom of this is very good for that, for sure. Like I said, the only problem I have with the top of this card is that it almost feels a bit counter to the character in some way. Like, wow, we're now attacking a bunch of stuff. Like, we do a bit of attacking, but that's not really the driving force of the character, right? And now suddenly we seem to be doing a lot of it. I mean, we do have some really decent attacks, so I can see you building this character out as more of like a, you know, like a battle priest, if you like. Like, I feel like there's room for that here. Seems like there is. Holy Smite. Yeah. Yeah. On the next 5 attacks targeting you or an adjacent ally this round, gain shield X, where X is equal to the shield value shown. Okay. So escalating shield. So it's attacking you or an adjacent ally. So this is the first time I believe we've had a card refer to us. Right? I mean, so I think we've had a couple of shield selves. We had a little bit, but usually these are all allies stuff. So for these charges. So we get shield 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. Again, this is a bit RNG dependent again, right? What if you get the ×2 gets drawn on you on the first charge? You feel really bad about it, and then they draw their miss. You know? Feels like you can blow through it very quickly, but it is reusable. So that suddenly makes it like much better, right? It is reusable. Man, actually reusable shield 3, 3, 4. That's very good, right? That's actually nuts. That's really good. Because you can reuse this multiple times. So with like stamina potions and stuff, you can just chuck this back on somebody. Because it will go in a round.
Wow.
There's a good chance you can get this card back and use it a few times. I can't think of anything bad to play on your tank like as they're opening a door, right? 15 initiative as well. Really good. It's a lot of mitigation. Yeah, nice initiative, yeah. Really good for that kind of stuff. I mean, it's a very heavy support card, you know, but similar to how like this was kind of like maybe the best retaliate you're ever going to see, this could be the best kind of shield type thing you're going to see. Wow. I guess like defensive stance is better because you play it one time. Upgraded. But yeah. Just don't use it against a single attack heavy hitting boss. Yeah, but even then it's not bad because it just sits there, right? For several rounds, getting more value. I mean, sure, if you kill him really quick. Maybe not. Biggest problem is that it seems like it only works for one round, though. Even at 15, that's not high enough. Oh, it's only one round. Oh, of course. Oh, I didn't even notice that. I just assumed it was the... Oh, because it didn't say anything. I just completely skimmed this off. I was just reading what I wanted to hear, chat. I was just reading what I wanted to hear. I still think it's good, though. I don't think it's... Yeah, I still think it's really good, right? Yeah, it's still good. I think it's still really good. I deserve that. I deserve the bonk. I like it still, right? I mean, like we can all agree that it's still pretty good. Move 4, jump. Remove 1 negative condition from each ally move through. 15 initiative, move 4, jump. The only thing I will say about that is that I generally I find that this kind of stuff... I think we commented about this before, right? And this was with the... Was it the Bright Spark we were talking about this before? I think it was. You know, when we talk about what's good value in Gloomhaven in general, you know, there are things, you know, that you're always going to use. And movement is something you're always going to use. So a decision between 2 cards and you have something like this hanging out, I always find it like oh, man, like it's not necessarily like glamorous to play with, but it enables you a lot. And I find them a little bit boring, but it's so needed to play well that, yeah, it's just at level 7, I would like, I don't want to be thinking about that, but it's just one of those things that plays on my mind, right? You always find it less an issue when it's like in the 4-ish range on a high level card because it's a genuine opportunity cost. Yeah, I think that's fair. Maybe around this level, you'd be thinking, well, I'm giving up some really great ability just to get a move 4 jump. Maybe that changes, yeah. Whereas early levels, it's much more like, it's almost like you want to secure your move cards early on. And then once you've got them, it's like, great, I don't really need to worry about taking cards for move abilities, right? I feel like I'm pretty set. I know I can get through a scenario. I don't need any more. Go back and take the other level 6. I don't know. Let's have a look at the other. We haven't seen this. Was Symphony of Oppression. 2 allies within range 3 may perform attack 3, targeting the same enemy within range 3. If only one ally is performing an attack with this action, add +1 attack and give the ally 1 prayer ability card. Ooh. This seems really good at 2-player, right? Well, actually, it's still pretty good at multiple players, right? And you can actually, like, one person could skip this too, right? Yeah. Attack 3, or attack 4 plus prayer. And this one's pretty controllable. Unlike the other weird shielding aura one that we had like at level 1. That was awkward because we would probably... We could end up targeting more than one ally. Just because of the positioning. This, you could just be like, decline it. I want to give somebody a prayer. You know, don't do it. Yeah, one could skip. Yeah, exactly, Kara. Yeah, that's how I understand it anyway. You could just choose, right? Or you could just choose to only allow one ally or something. But if you have a lot of control over that, right? I think this is decent. And again, it's good to see another prayer card come in. Some other easier way for us to get prayer. And an ally doing an attack 4, range 3, and getting a prayer is... It's hard to value, like, what is a prayer worth? I mean, a med pack... I mean, med packs weren't really worth too much. I mean, certain situations, they were good for just, you know, extra turns. But how much is a prayer worth? I mean, I guess it's worth maybe, like, half a card or something like that. I don't know what the general feel is on that, but... I mean, I think it's solid. Bottom is a terrible loss. Okay. 86 initiative. All allies increase the value of each of their retaliate and shield abilities by 1 this round. Oh god, that is... Oh god, that is yikers. Oh... It's good if you're living on a prayer. Very good. Well done. It only took until level 7. It only took... I'm surprised it took that long. You think this loss is fine, but it's showing up a bit too high level. Well, why doesn't it just like... Wouldn't it have been just cool? Like, would it have been so bad if they just doubled it? I know that it's because they've done it by 1, because they don't want people who have shield 2 to suddenly be shield 4 and all of that nonsense. But would it really have been that bad if it doubled everything? And it maybe then would have been kind of fun because you could do it. Or is it just because of... Well, we can't even get this card back because it's at bottom. So... Right? That bottom card is so precise, you couldn't possibly think of a situation it would be useful that easy, but you respect its existence. Yeah, I like the effect. I like it on... so I like spiked armor on lightning bolt. I think it leads to some interesting kind of lines of play. And this actually would be better than spiked armor because at least you're doing it to everybody and maybe you're not having to kind of give up an action. Like I feel like you can maybe combo this off a bit better. If it was double for 1 round and it was a burn and you couldn't recover it or something, would it be that bad? You think it would lead to shield 6, retaliate 8 turns? And we would say that that's too strong. I mean, if you think about it, like how many allies... I mean, that would kill maybe... Let's say you're in an average room, right? It doesn't give you ranged retaliate. I guess there are some cards that do give you ranged retaliate. I don't know. To me, this is just underwhelming for what it is. I'll tell you what would have been interesting. What would have been quite cool is make this a permanent effect. And it just says like all allies have like retaliate 1. How would you value that better or worse than this? And would that then make this maybe a bit more playable? Like what if it just said all allies gain retaliate 1 for the rest of the game? Like it's just permanent. This doesn't need to be a loss. I think it kind of does in some ways because otherwise if it wasn't a loss, then you could just replay it, and it would make some scenarios very easy and would be abusable. So I understand why it's a loss because there with certain items or other cards, I think it would become quite obnoxious. Yeah, if it was just a permanent retaliate. If it just gave everybody permanent retaliate 1. Like, I felt like that would be quite good. That to me would be okay. If you add +2 range to every retaliate. That would be interesting. That would make your retaliate super powerful for a round. Yeah, if you wanted a 1-round effect, maybe get rid of the shield and just make it like a super good retaliate for a single round. Then that would be kind of on point with this card. But then maybe it would be too similar to this card. I don't know. But I think we can all agree that the values are just a bit wonky on this. But there's a good idea here. It's just maybe not quite there. To be honest, you're probably going to burn it for 2 XP, right? I mean, it's free 2 XP. What are you talking about? Okay. So in terms of these 2 cards, I mean, you got 2, I think, kind of wildly different cards, really, right? I think like this card's very hard to pass up because of the low initiative, this and this maybe. But this is also just very solid getting prayers out. Sad. Burn 2 XP level 7 card. That's why we're taking it, right? Wow, this card doesn't get you any experience points, chat, you know? Come on. It's gotta be this then, right? It's gotta be. Gotta be. So I'm leaning more towards Symphony of Oppression, but I mean, I do really like where this card's at, but I don't know. I think like this is... I like the idea of getting some prayers going, right? But it's neither of them are particularly strong, I would say. It's actually quite a weak attack for level 7. If it was not permanent, it would be retaliate 3 to any ally with Earth, retaliate 3 to all allies. There's like if you buff retaliate to a large amount, I think that's okay because you can just, I mean, you can mitigate if you don't give them the shield alongside it. They then have to play it. Then there's a lot of investment, right? And there's still the whole thing of enemies having to attack you, and so enemies might not attack you. Enemies might, you know, heal and stay put. They might summon. They might play a non-attack ability. Like there's lots of things that enemies can do that won't trigger retaliate. So again, it makes these cards like these 1-rounders really bleh. Because you like, I guess the only redeeming factor is that if you were to play this card, you're probably going to play it with an early initiative, right? You'd have to. Could you swap? Probably. You could probably quite easily swap if they weren't doing, you know, if this wasn't going to be a good play. You could probably swap. It'd be fine. Your other, you know, low value initiative card could just be a move too. Okay, level 8. Righteous Atonement. Any one ally may suffer up to 5 damage during their turn to add +X attack to their next single target attack this round, where X is the amount of damage the ally suffered, then discard this card. We are all berserkers.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
Build your own berserker. I felt like... Ooh. It's a hefty price. It's a hefty price. But I guess you can mitigate it with some of these other things, right? You could mitigate it with the prayer. With the prayer! It's all coming together, chat. Finally. Boom. Play it with the prayer. Oh, actually, no. You have to suffer the damage to get the plus attack. Don't do it with the prayer. Ignore me. You have to take the damage. Otherwise, that ain't gonna work. Ignore me. That's bad advice. Because you have to suffer the damage to add to the attack. Damn it. It's still really cool though. 20 initiative makes it very playable as well. This character's not struggling for initiatives, actually. I'm going to definitely change my mind on the boots. I don't think we need initiative boots. You love the top of this? Yeah, I think this is just a super fun effect. Build your own Berserker. I like it. The bottom is at the end of your round, all allies may recover one lost card played this round. If any one ally recovers a card this way, give the ally one prayer ability card. If only one ally. Round all allies may recover one lost. Man. So, like, Flurry of Axes. Get Flurry of Axes back. Have a prayer. Not bad. Not bad. It's very useful for shielded enemy, this card. Yeah, the top for sure. It's definitely a kill that enemy in particular. Yeah, if you need one enemy dead fast, this is going to help you do it. I guess the only thing is that it's quite a hefty trade-off, because you're not only giving up your turn, but you're also giving up 5 points of damage on your ally, right? So it's like, it's a bit of a weird dynamic, because we could just attack that enemy that we need to kill for maybe like 3 or 4 and not take any damage. Whereas this is, we are giving it to somebody. So it would combo really well with stuff like Smoke Bomb, for example, right? Any kind of doubling effect that the other character can get. But it is kind of like a weird dynamic, because you're kind of giving up your top action, which could be an attack, to give them an extra 5 damage. But they're going to have to take 5 damage themselves. So it's a weird trade-off, right? For one-shot boss. Yeah, I think that's the best use of this. I don't think you're going to play this as often as you think, right? I don't think this is like, oh yeah, whenever I've got... Like, do it. I feel like it's actually... You'll find, like, your ally will be like, man, I'm dying over here. I mean, you can heal them up. You have plenty of heals. So maybe that's okay. Maybe you can recover. But it's actually, like, in terms of like the action economy of the game, it's an interesting one, because you're giving up an attack yourself to basically give somebody an additional 5 damage to their attack. But they're also going to have to take 5 damage themselves. So it's weird, right? Just don't miss. Sure. This kind of combos with the heal 3 after taking damage prayer. Oh yeah, it does, doesn't it? That'd be nice, yeah. Suffer the damage, then you immediately get the heal. I really thematically like where this card's at. But possibly the 5 damage like tax on this might be a bit much. But then, I don't know, you're healing as well. You're giving prayers out. It's undoubtedly really good, but I just feel like maybe the 5 damage thing might be a bit of a hurdle for you. And then you're kind of stuck with a card that doesn't really do anything else. Like, I mean, this, sure, but this is powerful, but it's, you know what I mean? Like, you're kind of then stuck. Like, if you can't do this for whatever reason, because your guys are low on health, and I know it's suffer up to 5, so they could choose to just maybe suffer 1 or 2 to get, like, just a little bit. But, you know, it does feel like there might be situations when this card is stuck in your hand a little bit. So good, and it's a boss killer, right? And they're going to be useful. What's the other level 8? Vengeful Veneration. Attack 4, range 4. Place your character token on the target of the attack. The next time this enemy targets an ally with an attack this round, it suffers 2 damage after the attack, then discard this card. Ooh. That's kind of neat. 2 pure damage, but after the attack. So it is still going to get like a little turn off. Also, the enemy has to be attacking. Like, for example, if you did this to a cultist and it was summoning, it would, you know, the token wouldn't do anything. So the enemy has to be attacking. I actually would kind of like it if the 2 damage happened. No, I think this is quite fair. I think the way they balance this is interesting. Makes it quite fair. But this is level 8, so maybe we should be pushing the power envelope a little bit here. This doesn't feel massively powerful. Feels like... It feels very much like, you know, the Doomstalker impending end? Is it? Feels a little bit like that. Where it kind of like, you know, if they were going to die, you'll kill them sort of thing. But it's a bit better than that because it's like going to happen regardless. That you're going to get that 2 damage regardless. Well, as long as the enemy's attacking. It's interesting. I thematically like it, but the power level is a bit questionable for me for level 8. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe that's just me getting, you know, too sucked into Gloomhaven power level. I don't know. Hey, Shooter. Hope you're doing well, man. Love all the card names on this character. Yeah. They are some very well-named cards. So, yeah, the top of this... I mean, it is good, but it's... I guess it's just a little bit like... vanilla for an 8. I do feel like sometimes... And I think this is a problem with all of Gloomhaven classes, to be honest. Is that when you do get into 8 and 9, I actually find that sometimes the cards... Like the cards 7, 8, and 9... Sometimes they're a little bit boring because it's kind of just more of the same or just like a slightly improved version of something that you had before. And that's not really like, I think that's just the design space of the game. I think sometimes it's a little bit awkward that you just kind of, you know, you're replacing older cards for slightly better, newer cards. You don't add anything, you know, you've already kind of got it. Like not every level up from that point onwards is like a revelation, you know? You think the power levels are fine? Well, it's not on the crazy side. There's some even with Frosthaven cards, but the stuff does get reined in a bit. Yeah, I can see that. I feel like generally speaking, but it's still good. Move 3. All adjacent enemies suffer 1 damage. If only one enemy would suffer damage this way, it suffers 2 damage instead. Rumbling Advance. We got it. We got like the better Rumbling Advanced. Move 3. Zed. They needed to stick the earth on it. Come on. What's happening? What's going on? This character uses earth. Why is it not there? Maybe it'd be too good. I don't know. Come on. Give the people what they want. They want Rumbling Advance 2.0. Don't let Craig see this card. He's not be very happy about that. This is... What's this? Better than his card. I feel like this is good. And this is very good. Extra little bit of chip damage, right? Extra little bit of chip damage. And potentially 2 damage is decent. Blind Destruction exists already. True. Yeah, it's true. You don't really use that. But this is level 8, right? Gets it 1 level earlier. Come on. Okay, well, that was the 2 level 8s. So, I think that this is probably the funner card to use, but this is so consistent that, I mean, I know that my Gloomhaven brain will just go to here. Because, although I like what this does, this is just really reliable. And to be honest, this kind of thing is not bad on a late initiative, because Sometimes you want to go late, move in, do some damage, and then run away. Like the next turn or something. You might even consider going back, actually. There's some good choices here with this character. I could see this being one opportunity to go back. Always feels bad, though, to go back at, like, level 8. Because you know that that's it. You're never getting a level 8, you know? You think if you're going the Lost level 5, you're going Righteous. Otherwise, you take Vengeful. What was the... I see what you mean. Just to fuel it up. Because this just fuels it up. Yeah, sure. With spiritual. That's fair. Bringer of Miracles. Level 9. Here we go. Give us some... This character feels like there could be some bonkers level 9s. Right, Bringer of Miracles. Heal 3, range 3. Consume light, strengthen 1. The next time the target of this heal performs an attack this round, they consider any miss drawn as a ×2 instead, and performs the heal X self after the attack, where X is equal to the damage dealt. No! Oh man. I really disliked this effect. It's the same effect as damn. Which character has this effect? Somebody else has something like this. I can't remember who it is, but there's definitely a character that has, if they ever draw a miss, they draw it as a ×2. Is it a Diviner? It could be. Blink Blade? Might be the Blink Blade. But there's definitely another character that has like for this round, consider any misses drawn as ×2s. Consider any ×2s as misses or something. Like yeah, it must be Blink Blade. It's Blink Blade. Because it's a fast and slow. Like if you go slow, you do it one way. If you do fast, you do another way. It's the Blink Blade, I think. And I'm not a huge fan of that. Will Curse become a ×2? No, because it specifies the miss there, right? I don't know. Actually, that's a good question. But the fact that it says consider any and then specifically uses that, I don't know why it says any, because any could also imply there's more than one. I don't know. I guess you could, in theory, you could draw it more than once in a turn, because you could have to shuffle your deck. That should count curses. Okay, well, there's some interesting stuff there. I will say, like, what's the point of strengthen on this card when you actively don't want to do it? Like, surely at this point, well, I mean, is it the same? It's the same difference, right? I'm strengthened, I might draw my ×2. If I'm disadvantaged, I might draw my miss. I guess it's the same. It just feels weird, right? I feel like this is one of those cards that I'm sure mathematically it checks out. Like in terms of, okay, the odds of you getting this and what have you. I'm sure that it works, but I don't have the time or energy to work it out. And it doesn't have a good feel to it, right? It doesn't feel good. But maybe the maths behind it are strong and actually it's quite good. But like me as the player reading this and trying to understand it, I can't pass it as being like something that I want to do. Because now I'm like, oh, I'll get strengthened, but when I'm strengthened, I don't draw the miss. But I want to draw the miss, but I don't want to draw the miss. Do you know what I mean? Like it's one of those things where it's like, it's like being confusing for not much benefit, in my opinion. You don't mind it? Lightning bolt, glass hammer combo? Are you talking about the... Oh, yeah, it's true. But again, like, you just strengthen them, then you don't care about it, right? But I guess if you're strengthened, you could maybe draw, like, doubly curses. Is Again, like it's like in a scenario where you get cursed a bunch. Yeah, sure, it's good. Like, do I want that from a level 9 card? I don't know. Yeah, it's just high crit chance. Yeah, and we have loads of blesses that we can put in our deck for our allies, right? The thing is that it's basically, to me, this is just like a heal 3, range 3 with strengthen on it. And then there's this other text on here, which I'm sure might come into play. It might not, but it's like, it's just not. This effect, I think, is just not a good effect in the game. And I was not a fan of it on the Blink Blade, and I'm not a fan of it here. I just don't feel like it feels good. Like, I don't think like the player can read this and like obtain from it a feeling of like, oh yeah, this is gonna be a really cool thing. Like, I don't get it. I'm just confused by it. And I'm sure that, like I said, I'm sure the math checks out. I'm sure it's actually quite beneficial, but it doesn't read very well that way, right? I just like, so I just won't play it because I just don't get it. So let's hope the bottom half is a bit more like, a bit more interesting. Remove all blesses from your attack modifier deck and perform bless self. What? Remove all bless cards from your attack modifier deck and perform bless self. You're immune to bless and gain advantage on all your attacks. If you draw a bless, place it in your discard pile and shuffle it back into your deck. Okay, so we get 2 crits. So we get rid of all of our blesses. So it's basically like they don't want you to cheese it too hard. So we get rid of all of our blesses except for 1. So we're going to keep 1 bless. Or if we have no blesses in our deck, great. We get to put a bless straight in. It's all good. We then basically have constant advantage for the rest of the scenario, which is obviously amazing. And we have another crit that we keep. So we have 2 crits in our deck and permanent advantage. But we can never get any more blesses. We can never get any more than that. So this is going to depend a little bit on our attack, on our perks. But for a level 9 effect, I think this is actually pretty damn cool. And this kind of saves the card for me. I feel like this is actually really neat. Like, if you're going for a damage build, this is 100% what you want, right? This is it. If you've been like doing damage all this time and you've been taking all of the damage cards, this is what you want. It's perfect. It tops off your build. Your damage numbers are going to go up like immediately. I like it. I like it a lot. Not obvious. The bless doesn't shuffle. Oh, so... Oh, I see. So as soon as you draw the bless, you just shuffle it back in again. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, yeah, so it's slightly even better. Because you don't have to shuffle everything else in. You just shuffle the bless in. So if you go on a run of bad draws, then you draw the bless or whatever, you can just, yeah, you just keep putting the bless back in. So in theory, you could have some nuts draws where you just keep drawing the bless over and over and over again, like turn after turn after turn. This is one of those ones where you better be shuffling good. Don't be cheesing the game now with your crappy like overhand shuffles, you know? You gotta be doing some good shuffling here, chat, because otherwise it's pretty good. I like it. This is cool. I think this bottom saves this for me. I don't really like the top. I feel like the bottom though is really cool, and it's nice to have like something that is a bit different maybe to what else you've been doing. Like just makes you super powered, and that's really cool. Right, the other level 9. So I'm hoping for like something maybe to do with prayers, but maybe not. Oh, all the prayers were on this spreadsheet too. I was wondering why there was more cards there. Bringer of Miracles. Heal 3. Oh, is that the same card? Same card. Expansive Permanence. Shield 2. Affects self or one ally within range 3. Consume Earth to get +1 shield and immobilize. Okay, that's good. Good amount of shield, right? Really good amount of shield. But you have to immobilize your ally? The figure affected by the shield action may target any enemy with their single target attacks this round, regardless of range. Okay. So they can't move, but they kind of get pseudo range for the round. So it kind of mitigates the immobilize thing a bit. Not completely, but a fair bit, right? If you give this to your tank and they get hit 4 times, that 12 damage saved and range. Great name too. It's interesting that it says their single target attacks this round regardless of range. So even if they're a ranged character, right? This could turn their range 3 into range infinity. To be honest, you might just play this just to give somebody like turn somebody into like an artillery cannon, right? It's like some guy at the back. It's like I can't get that other artillery that's like the other end, right? Those guys that have like range 8. Like what the hell is that? Well, guess what? You've now got as much range as you want, as long as you got line of sight, right? That's kind of cool. 9 initiative as well, yeah, for the shielding is good. But I like the idea that you can kind of turn, like, there's also some like weird play where you can, like, if your team doesn't want to push forward into the range of this one of these big range, kind of like, you know, deep terror or artillery style enemies, you just be like bombard them from the back, right? So the melee attack will become range. Yes. As long as it is a single target attack, it basically becomes a kind of like infinite range. It doesn't technically become a ranged attack though, I guess, for the purposes of items. Right? Yes, it won't be a ranged attack, it'll be a melee attack that can target. Yeah. Yeah, for the purposes of items, it doesn't change a melee attack into ranged. It just gives melee attacks range. And vice versa, just gives ranged attacks unlimited range as well, which is pretty cool. I think this is kind of neat, kind of fun actually. Bit niche, a bit weird, but I can see some fun like applications for it. The bottom is all allies add +2 attack to all their attacks this round. All enemies deduct -2 attack from their attacks this round. Ooh, wow. Talk about a combo card, huh? Talk about a combo card. Like, Flurry of Axes, Unstable Upheaval. They will say hello. Inferno. It's pretty good. You can recover it? You can. It's not a permanent. You can do it a few times. Oh boy. Inferno with this 3 times, you win. Yeah. Quite possibly. I like this. There's like the swing. And it's actually also pretty cool that enemies just deduct -2 rather than like giving everybody shield. That just is better because it's such a flat nerf to the enemy. Like they will not be able to do anything about it. The only problem with this is that the enemies will be dead before they attack for reduced damage. Possibly. Yeah. I mean, the thing is it gives you the safety to play it, which I like. Because this kind of effect, you're going to be like, right, all in. We're going to do everything. Here we go, here we go, here we go. And then maybe your allies just get bad flips and it just enemies stay alive or something. At least then you have the -2 to kind of give you that defense a little bit, you know, sort of take the edge off so that you can kind of play this like without worrying about the crackback, right? You're like, we can do it, guys. Just go for it. Doesn't really matter. Like, Hopefully we kill everything. If we don't, it's fine. If there's a couple of hangers on, it's fine. Right? It's your alright, boys. Prepare your big boy moves. Here we go. Yeah, exactly. And on 9 initiative as well, you can pretty much ensure that you go first. Inferno is what? Is it 11? Inferno? No, 19. Inferno's 19. Well, the thing is that you would play 19 and you'd usually play Mana Bolt on 7. So you'd have to play it on you'd actually have to play it on Inferno initiative, which would be a bit weird. But there's these kinds of effects are always going to be really good because there's just so many combos. But I guess if you were with a certain party, and you'll be playing this in Crimson Scales, I mean, Nits may be able to speak a bit better on this. But obviously, Crimson Scales is most likely going to be played with Crimson Scales characters, right? Everyone's going to play those characters. So when we use this to compare, oh yeah, this combos so well with Spellweaver, Lightning Bolt, whatever. I mean, obviously, they're thinking a bit about that because it's all interchangeable. But are there, really, really broken AoEs that this can be used with in Crimson Scales? AoE definitely exists, but the one you think that is quite rare is the obnoxious AoE attack losses. So there isn't. So what we're saying is there isn't your flurry of axes, your unstable upheaval style abilities that really pop off with this type of thing. But the difference is that this is all allies. So if you have a good amount of damage from your team in general, be very good. Also, of course, this is going to be so much better at 4-player than it is at 2. At 2, the value is not there, I don't think. But then you could maybe play the top instead. The top's pretty good for that. I don't know. I like the fact that the top is kind of playable regardless. But this is definitely, a nod for 4 players, right? Summons? Yeah, summons too. I mean, I'm sure there must be a summoning character or a character that has some good summons. Must be. There has to be. There are a few summons for sure. Cool. Well, I think... I don't know. The thing is that this to me really speaks to me as someone who likes to play damage builds generally, but also it's also pretty unique. No card has ever really done this before. It's kind of like a way to fix advantage and stop you from breaking it too much. I like it because it's very powerful. It's level 9, but it's in a weird way, this is actually weaker than if we had strength and self, somehow managed to keep permanent advantage and we just blessed ourselves a bunch, right? Then it'd actually be weaker. But because of the general rebalancing of things, this actually is a really cool way to kind of give you that guaranteed damage, those crits and things, without maybe swinging it too far. It's still swinging it, but maybe not too far, right? It's really hard for you to care about Bringer of Miracles when the card that literally does everything it can do but better is the second choice. What? Because of the fact that this can do so much more damage? It's another good choice, though. I feel like this is another fairly decent choice. The only thing that I'm a little bit disappointed with this character is I feel like the prayer side of things kind of subsided a little bit as we leveled up. We didn't... getting prayers out seemed to be more of an early level consideration than than a later games, which I did kind of predict at the start, right? I said, like, I'll be interested to see how prayers scale as the levels go on, because if they're giving us these 8 prayers at level 1, well, are they going to be useful from level 1 all the way up to level 9? And I think we kind of answered the question, which is that most of them no, but there's still 1 or 2, like the move one is always going to be good, and there's the mitigate damage one, that's going to be good. There's a few in there that are always going to be good, but the usefulness definitely tails off because obviously they're set at kind of maybe not level 1 power level, but they're around that kind of range, right? They can't go too crazy with them. And unless they were to add new prayer cards with the level ups, which I think would have been a really interesting mechanic to actually have this character, let's say instead of there being 8 prayer cards to begin with, tune it down a little bit to maybe like 4. And then have maybe like at level 2, you can choose 1 level up card and a prayer card. And maybe there's like a choice of 2 prayer cards, or maybe there's just 1 prayer card that you get. I don't know. But maybe that could have been an interesting. There would have been a lot of work. And, you know, printing wise would have been a nightmare, I expect. Loads more cards. So physically, it would have been a bit of an issue. But I felt like that could have maybe been something. Like, I haven't seen a character yet. I guess Geminate is kind of a little bit like that, but not, because you still only get 2 cards. But I haven't seen a character break the rule yet of when you level up, you only get to choose 1 of, you know, 2 cards, or, you know, previous cards too once you get higher levels. But that kind of concept, you know? You don't think it's quite to the level that Spellweaver and Lightning Bolt abandoned the mechanic? Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Not quite. I mean, you still have cards that reference it, right? As high as level 8. Which was it level 8? Yeah. So we still have it at cards up at level 8 that do have it, but I feel like it kind of disappears a little bit, and you just become like a really good kind of, you know, kind of damage machine, or just really solid support with just a lot of heal and shield abilities. So yeah, but I like this character a lot. I think this character is very interesting. I think it's really well done. They've obviously spent a long time kind of playtesting it and getting it right. And I think it achieved what if its goals were to fix med packs, I think it achieved that pretty much. Aside from the fact that perhaps by the time you get to level 8, level 7, 8, and 9, perhaps when you start to get to those high levels, they become less important. But the flip side of that, though, is that that's going to be true of the people you're giving the prayers to as well, right? Because the people that you're giving the prayers to, they're going to be leveling up. They're going to be into level 7, 8, and 9. They're going to have so many powerful cards of their own. Are they ever really going to want to play your card that you gave them? Or are they going to be playing their cards, right? So there's another like weird dynamic going on there that will always make that mechanic a little bit hard, because, you know, you're basically telling another player, hey, here, have this card. And they're like, you know, I'll just use it for a move 2 because I've got this top card that attacks 3 things for 4 or something, you know? Like, it as the game progresses on, unless those prayers get stronger, it really, you know, it becomes even worse an action to spend on that kind of thing, right? And yeah, you can still play them between rooms, but it becomes less impactful, less important, and all that stuff. As people get rich, they have lots and lots of gold, they buy whatever they want, and they get good cards, right? Bam, 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 bam. Hey, Jeff, since you just tuned in, you're lazy. What are prayer cards? We can quickly go over them now. That's fine. It's probably good to have a quick little look at them again. It's better to go here. So prayer cards. So you get when you at level 1, you get 8 of these. They function like med packs for the Sawbones. Essentially, you have 8 of these cards that are in your own little supply, your prayer supply, and through your cards that you play and your abilities that you play, you can give players prayer cards, and you get to choose which one you give them. And these are all kind of like little extra abilities they can play. So instead of it just being like heal 4 top, heal 4 bottom, which the med packs were, these all actually have little abilities on them that can be played too. And they're all like varying things. So you've got like a heal one, you've got a retaliate one, you've got another heal one, you've got a damage mitigation one, you've got an invisible one, you've got a cool one with short resting, you've got one that gives free move actions. This one's probably the best. You've got one that allows you to treat a negative attack modifier as a +0 instead, so good for maybe mitigating some bad draws. You've got shielding ones, and they never change. So you have these 8, and you have these from level 1 all the way up to level 9. And what I'm sort of saying is that I think it would be cool if we had some opportunity to improve these in some way, because by the time you get to high levels, I think that their effectiveness lessens quite a lot. But in the early game, they're actually going to be quite useful. And they still be useful as just an extra filler card to play on a turn to keep your stamina going. But I don't know. I feel like at the beginning, everyone's going to be like, ooh, prayers. And then like by the time level 7, it's like, I can give you a prayer. And it's like, which one do you want? And they'll be like, oh, I don't care. Whatever. The move one, if you've got it. You know, that'll be that. Cool. All right. Well, that was the Hierophant. Hierophant. Hey, we covered that in pretty good time today, chat. What do you think? That wasn't too bad. It was like, oh, because I had to do all of the prayer cards, and I had to do 11. They had 11 cards starting hand. You know, not bad. Oh, perks. I haven't done the perks yet. Damn it. You're right, I haven't done the perks. Okay, perks. I almost thought I'd go off then. Quite quick look at perks then. Remove 2 -1s. Great. Remove 2 +0s with rolling create light cards. Good. That's a bit of deck thinning there. Replace 2 +0s with 1 rolling earth. Yep, bit more deck thinning there. Replace 1 -1 with 1 +0 curse card. That's pretty good. I think you probably don't want to take these out immediately, but you know, you want to definitely want to do this, and then I would probably do this, and then probably this, to be honest. Then I would probably work on these, maybe. Replace 1 +0 card with 1 +1 shield 1 ally card. That's pretty nice. Just a free shield. I'm guessing that's at any range. Shield 1 any ally card at any range, I guess. I think that's pretty cool. You'd have to go early though, right? I dislike these more than the others because, you know, you'd have to draw this early in the round for it to have an effect, right? Any range in line of sight. Yeah, okay. So yeah, you'd have to draw this early for it to have an effect, right? Whereas if you draw like this or this or this, I mean, granted, you might just be making these yourself on purpose, but yeah, less effective, but it's a nice surprise when you draw it. And it's an additional 1 damage anyway, at the very least. Replace 1 -2 with 1 -1. Give 1 ally a prayer ability card and 1 +0.
Why? A little bit spicy.
Ooh. Sorry, so when you draw this card, you give an ally a prayer card and a +0 card for their deck. What is that? So you replace 1 -2 card with 1... Oh, no, sorry. We get an additional +0 card in our deck. So in our deck, we're replacing 1 -2 with 1 -1. And with a +0. And with this -1 thingy. Yeah, we're adding 2 cards to our deck. We're getting rid of 1. Okay, got you. Just, like, that was kind of weird. I don't know why, but it was the... I think it's important that it's the quotation marks are like the indicator there, right? That makes more sense now. Replace 1 +1 card with 1 +3 card. Damage. Big damage. Pretty good when you have advantage, right? Permanent advantage at level 9. Let's keep drawing them +3s. Add 2 rolling heal oneself or ally cards. I think these are pretty nice, right? This is always like a nice thing to draw. Not priority to take it, but, you know, they're always nice. They're always pleasant. Add 1 +1 wound. Ooh. I like these. I like +1 wounds. I like wounds a lot. At the start of your first turn, each scenario gain bless. Interesting. So these are like Frosthaven style perks. Okay. That feels like one of those kind of perks that I'm like, yeah. I mean, at level 9, it does nothing, right? It's a waste. At level 9, it doesn't do anything. I guess maybe if you're starting at low levels, it's good. I don't even know. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that one. Interesting idea. And I like the idea of adding in more kind of like Frosthaven style perks where they do something slightly outside of the box, you know? But I don't think it's particularly great. Why is it useless at level 9? It's useless if we took the level 9 card. This one here. Bringer of Miracles, which is what I was thinking of probably playing, which is remove all Bless cards from your attack modifier deck and perform Bless self. And then you're immune to Bless for the rest of the game. So essentially, you would just be getting rid of it. Like, you'd get rid of that Bless. So it would be pointless at level 9. But you probably, to be honest, it's like the kind of perk that you're either taking very early on because you want to play with it the whole time, or you're just ignoring it. And I would probably advise ignoring it. Ignore negative scenario effects and remove 1+0. That's the standard, but that's how you get rid of that other +0 from here, right? Okay. I think the perks are pretty damn good, to be honest. Dude's not using statistics to solve perks. Yeah, I don't, to be honest. You can do if you want. I personally dislike playing the game that way. Don't mind people who do, but, you know, I feel like it makes the game boring. If there's a mathematical solution to the problem, then everybody just does it. Like, I don't know. I prefer to be creative. So, I mean, you're obviously just going to remove the bad stuff first. So you're going to remove your -1s first, aren't you? Really? You're probably going to do this next, or at least I would probably do this one next. I like to keep my damage curve pretty... Like, if I know what I'm drawing, like if I can draw +0 every time, early level, I'm pretty happy about that. So I'd probably just do this, then this. Actually, maybe it's good to just YOLO it and go for this. I don't know. Kind of the problem is that you have to flip it, right? But I like the idea of it. Interesting. I think I would feel pretty good. And the -2 is really meh, isn't it? It's really horrible. These characters make you bored of classic Gloomhaven characters. That's fair. I mean, although saying that, they've learnt a lot, right? That's the thing. They've learned a lot. And this is good because this is like more what we can expect going forward, right? So would I say the designer noticeably improved since Brightspark here as someone who just took a first impression of both? Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, I feel like the Brightspark to me was just a bit... It was a bit kind of like too much at times. Like there was just too much stuff going on. Like, especially towards the higher levels, with just elements chucked everywhere. I didn't feel like the character had a particularly strong identity. And the identity was kind of like, just a bit... Like it was a very basic mechanic. And very kind of like... It was simple and there wasn't much space to really do anything crazy with it to keep it simple. You know, and obviously the sweet spot really with character design, right, is you want to try and find some kind of mechanic that's like really simple to understand but has incredible depth, right? That's like the dream. is when you're designing something. Is you want something that people can understand in 5 minutes, but could potentially take hours to master, or that's really like where you want to be at. I feel like Brightspark was very easy to grasp, but then I just didn't really like, after that surface sort of like getting to know the character, I just didn't feel like it offered particularly very exciting or interesting choices from that point onwards, right? Whereas I feel like this character sort of immediately off the bat, and this is obviously helped a lot by the prayer cards, because that adds a lot of variety into the play, but immediately off the bat had like interesting decisions of like what cards to take at level 1, how are you going to play this, you know, what are you building towards. Like, it felt a lot more like a coherent plan of like what you were going to do and how you were going to do it, and how the character could be successful. And it also pretty successfully, I think, offered 2 different styles of play as well. So I think that you've got the kind of like the prairie stuff going on, and then at that level 5 you had those 2 choices, right? Are you going to go all in on support, consuming those elements and keep like shielding and healing up all of your buddies, you know, doing it that way? Or are you going to be like, no, I'm going to go like more into the damage side of things, and I'm going to go towards this way of playing? And I like that. I like that it kind of like you're probably playing the core mechanic. And this is what I liked about Cragheart actually too, because at Cragheart, I think at Cragheart at level 1, some people find it confusing because there's lots of different things going on. Like, it's almost a little bit disjointed at times, because he has ranged attacks, melee attacks, healing. Like, what is he doing, right? There's a lot of like other bits, and some people find it difficult to hang that all together. But I really like that, because I feel like you can kind of enjoy the breadth of the character early on, and then you divert. So like, okay, as you level up, you start to sort of focus your build into the way that you like playing. You know, for the Cragheart, for me, that's melee. So I end up focusing towards the melee way of playing. And I like that this character has the same kind of vibe. You kind of do a bit of everything to begin with, try and figure stuff out, get to learn the character and all the mechanics. And then you kind of focus to that point at level 5. And then it's like, right, what are you doing? You know, like how do you want to continue on, right? I thought that was really good. This character is complexity rated simple. I think that's I think that's kind of deceptive, really, because I do think that there's more to it than meets the eye. Like I said, I think it's quite a combo heavy character where you want to make an element, like either your ally makes it or you make it. You know, you need to consume those elements. So there's a little bit more. The good thing about this character is that you can do stuff without the elements. Like, you're not gonna, like, triangles is bad. I'm going to go again. Triangles is bad because sometimes you don't have the elements for whatever reason, and you can't do anything. Like, you ruins your turn. Like, it devastates your turn. I don't feel like that's the case here. I feel like even if your element's not there, because some enemy swoops in and takes it away from you, or an ally says, oh, actually, can I use it? Because I have this really cool ability I can use it with. You're like, yeah, it's fine. Like, I can deal with that. And also having the higher hand size as well gives you a lot of flexibility to be able to burn some cards as well. Allows you to kind of get that engine going by burning a card or 2 to just kind of get some persistence going or get some other things going, which I think is really good. So yeah, I think it's a pretty big improvement on the Brightspark, in my opinion, like in terms of like design. Like, also this feels like, I think Runemoor and this, both of them feel like they would be at home in Gloomhaven, right? I feel like both of those characters, like if you were to introduce the game to like a normal person, and they probably wouldn't be able to tell that the characters were community characters, aside from maybe the odd little typo, right? But you know, I felt like they wouldn't probably be able to tell. Like, they would fit integrated alongside and nobody would blink an eye. Whereas I feel like the Brightspark to me was a bit janky at times and just like a bit disjointed and not quite there. It was close and it was still, you know, had good mechanics to it. But this feels like a complete character, as did the Runemoor. Okay, so a pretty interesting class there. I really like the idea of the prayers. I think that's a really neat idea. Kind of builds on some of the other kind of like other mechanics in the game, right? We talk about like the Saw character and about how their mechanic was maybe a little bit underwhelming, and I felt like this character does a really good job of kind of like building on that. I think Crimson Scales in general, a lot of the classes do a really good job of this. Just kind of identify where maybe a class didn't quite get it right with Gloomhaven, or maybe it was a little bit too basic. I mean, it's still a perfectly serviceable mechanic, the originals from Gloomhaven, but just how to add that extra layer of complexity to make it maybe a little bit more interesting. And the prayers certainly do that. And I think this character is going to be a lot of people's favorites, and I think a lot of people are really going to enjoy it. And the theme of this character is really, really strong. So yeah, and pretty unique actually compared to some of the other characters we've had. So yeah, really like it. A big thank you to the Patreon people, as always, whose names are coming up on screen, and the supporters over on Twitch. If you would like to support me, you can go to patreon.com/ManageRequest. You can get early access to some of my big guide videos on there before they come out. And as always, big thank you to my legendary supporters, Mike. I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. And last but not least, come over to twitch.tv/ManageRequest every Monday, Wednesday, and Sunday, where I'm usually playing Gloomhaven, but I'm always at least talking Gloomhaven. Okay, all that's left for me to say is thank you so much for watching. I will catch you in the next video. Bye.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh,
Scout
that's the blessing from Jam.
Yeah.
That's the blessing
So,
from.
Isaac, at this point, can we get your approval to add an additional attack modifier deck for allies in the digital version?